All right, moving into the draft for this match, and these bans are coming out back to back to back. Man, that is some quick bans popping off right here for both White Lotus and Oversoul Oasis.
They know what they don't want to see, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't go wrong with a quick Jinx pick for the first pick. Really strong to just lock in ADCs like that. That's going to be going over to the White Lotus team, and immediately after, they're just going to pick their own ADC. It might be a flex mid, but I really don't see that happening.
Probably ADC, but could be a flex for sure. I don't think it's really necessary to flex the ADC pick, so I think Smolder and Jinx is just kind of a chill out and farm sesh, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely neither of them are going to be having some significant strengths or leads. Maybe Smolder does have a little bit better time laning just because he has his abilities and his range. And now we need to see if they're going to pick their jungle or their support, and it looks like it's going to be the jungle for Oversoul Oasis right now.
Yeah, we like that. I think letting the support get the counter pick is more meta now than the jungle counter pick.
Yeah, in general, nowadays, yeah.
See how White Lotus responds. The Wukong. I'm not sure. Maybe a scaling. Maybe like a or the Moo.
Yeah, I mean, White Lotus going for the press R, basic, simple team comps, simple to execute. They know exactly what they want. Locking in Jinx and Amumu. They're looking for good team fights and just a big old ult from the sad mummy.
And Hui's gonna be locked in.
Yep, still holding out for their support. Let's see.
Yeah.
Who's good into Wei right now? Maybe like a Aurelion Soul or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we might see. But I think that's one of the problems I see with some of these drafts. Is they rely on both teams not really doing anything and allowing them to scale.
Yeah.
So we'll see Ahri, which is just a generally strong pick. Good mobility, good pick potential, and a relatively safe laning phase, which is going to be very important to play into the Hui, who does have that range and I guess easier laning with his basically Rumble ult on 8-second cooldown.
Yep. Interesting to see the a dive comp kind of coming out for Oversoul with the Smolder. Not really too sure how that fits in, but would be interested to see what the rest of the draft looks like.
Yep, and the prioritizing getting looks like top laners out of the pool. They might be looking for an R4 top lane pick, and then keeping that support counter pick. But or maybe the White Lotus top laner is just they don't want to shut him out a little bit, take away his tanks bruisers kind of matchups.
Interesting Mundo ban. Did we? Oh, I was gonna say, did we miss a blue ban? But we're waiting on it. They're thinking about it.
Yep. All right, taking out the two enchanters, Seraphina and Milio. A lot of enchanters actually off of the table now, and this might be a good opportunity to lock in I don't know, something. I was gonna say Braum, but I just see the Braum is getting banned out in the first phase on the red side. I mean, as many enchanters are getting locked out. I mean, Braum would have been so strong here. Uh, but they do have other options
Yep.
with some good engage.
100%. Zillion.
All right, complete opposite
like it.
direction. Zillion.
Yeah. I think I don't think they really necessarily need much more engage with the Wukong and Ari, so Zillion's fine. Maybe they'll go with a tank top laner, maybe like an Ornn or something. Kind of offer a little
Yeah.
bit more front
Right
line.
now, White Lotus has a very, very strong 3-2 comp where they're just going to block in 2 tanks, I think, with a lot of CC. I like the Nautilus pick. Nautilus is really strong at catching people out, CCing them for a long time, and a pointed click ultimate. Like, you can't get any stronger into a composition with a Smolder and Ari who are just going to be flying and dashing around.
Yeah, they definitely need as much CC as they can get, which they have a lot of already, but Nautilus supports the Mumu very well, supports Wei really well. So
I would almost want to see a pick that is exclusively side lane instead of a Renekton just to kind of avoid having to deal with their team. But I can understand going for the team fights as well when you have an Amumu and a Nautilus and all of this front line to peel for your Jinx.
yeah, I like the Renekton just because he has a lot of mobility and is able to help lock down the Wukong and the Ahri, picks like that, and the Aatrox coming out to round out for Oversoul here. I think it's a super solid pickup and does really well into Renekton. So
Yeah,
what are you
pretty. I think it's a
thinking?
pretty neutral composition wise, at least or a neutral matchup. I think in the top lane, I don't think one or the other has an easier time. I think if anything, it's going to be Renekton comes out on top just because he has a little bit of an easier kind of a level of execution. But as far as these teams go, like White Lotus has an extremely easy to execute team. If you know it, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to, you know, maybe a hands diff if they're able to, because OBS drafted a very, very complex team with a lot of moving parts.
I think it's going to come down to whether or not Amumu can, and not like as if White Lotus can get the engage they want. I think they have a good chance of being able to win these objective fights. But as soon as the engages are whiffed or anything like that, there's no chance in being able to get in once your ability is on cooldown and things like that. So I think while it's easier to execute, it's also easier to screw up. Oversoul, they have a lot more options, I think, in these fights, but also harder to execute, especially if they do get engaged upon and they are taking fights without the proper amount of players. Like they need to take even fights or winning fights.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll just have to wait until we get into the game and see exactly how these teams can operate before we make any guesses or assumptions. But I mean, for me personally, I think that this is going to be if all things go according to the powers that be. In my mind, I think that White Lotus definitely comes out on top, but we will have to see.
We'll definitely see. I like Oversoul's draft a little bit more, but both are very strong. I think Wukong just kind of beats a Mumu, so I think that's the deciding factor for me. But we can take a short little break here while the teams get ready, and then come back for the game. All right, everybody, welcome back. Getting started with game 1. Looks like there's some pings coming out for blue to cover that mid bush. Let's see if the bot lane here wants to look for something cheeky. We have 3 heading down there right now.
Yeah, definitely looking like some shenanigans are going to be going on right here.
And on Oversoul's side, they're just 5-pointing, so
Yeah, and they already took a really safe path with this smolder, just having their ward dropped in that bush and sitting back.
yep. Okay, so they're aware of the invade here, and Zillion's gonna get caught out.
Yeah, Electric is actually going to be caught out by that hook. And that's going to be first blood going over to Renekton, which is going to definitely put
That's really
a
good.
damper onto that top lane matchup. I mean, coming back into lane with, that additional like 300 gold is going to be insane. He's not going to be able to get a sword or anything, but, he's going to accelerate his lead. And as an early game champion, what more could you want?
I wonder if he should have immediately pressed B and gone back for the longsword. But interesting stuff. Interesting that the Zillion got caught out there, especially since they had the vision. Could have just walked the long way around potentially, or it seemed like he just took his time.
Definitely short little trades going on between these mid laners, and we'll probably be seeing this the whole time. I think all of these lanes really do want to have some action going on, excluding the bot lane. Bot lane really doesn't want anything to happen, unless I'm wrong in that sense, because this Nautilus is throwing out the dredge line trying to get a stun and popping the Guardian onto Electric as well as the bone plating on that Smolder. So now they do have another timer for some good trades.
I think that Jinx and Nautilus win super heavy level 1 because Smolder's just kind of useless level 1, I think.
Yeah, and we actually see level 2 coming out. Exhaust going to be going down for Kane onto Hexes, and they're going to be shoved out pretty low. They don't have any pots. Almost nobody has pots in this game except for the top laners and the Nautilus. So sustain in these lanes is going to be slowing down a good bit. So each trade is going to be just that more impactful.
Right. Yeah. And theoretically, the Zillion should win out. We have a big trade coming out here mid.
Yeah, these minions are going to be dealing a good amount of damage. Lightning Bolt going to be coming down, and Nyxcat is going to actually be going down, as well as Renegade taking a tower shot in that mid lane.
That's a pretty even trade there. The minions are neutral as well. Ari looking for the TP, Wei looking for the TP. It's almost like nothing really happened there. So
Yeah, it's very, very net neutral kills and deaths going on here. And I mean, it's just going to be a waiting game until we see either of these really, really big team fights happening. Neither objective spawning up just yet, but when they do come up, either Dragon or these grubs, we'll likely see a big team fight.
although I think for blue it's slightly better. We have both junglers here coming to contest for Scuttle. Either the bot lane's going to move up. Looks like Nautilus is posturing to move up potentially.
Yeah,
Trades
we
going
actually
on
see a
everywhere.
smite steal from the Amumu, or not the Amumu, the Wukong onto the Scuttle, and we're gonna see 2 flashes coming down from White Lotus. Gonna have to escape from that.
3
Hui on his way
flashes.
down, being matched by the Ahri, but it looks like nothing is gonna be happening. A lot of flashes going down, but really no play. And
I think is interesting is that both of these junglers ended up playing to go to this bot side. I would have expected the Amumu to pass up to the top side.
And we didn't even see what happened, but all I see is Amumu walk down the river and he has no health and Wukong's still full health running after him, so
yeah, we're we're getting a lot of action, and it's very hard for any of these, like the cam, to keep up with any of this stuff.
true.
In a pretty scary position for this Aatrox, as well as the Renekton, and both of them once again.
Oh my
god, he's trading kills.
It was perfect until he hit flash after he was trying to flash out of turret range when he already had the turret aggro. But it's overall good for Renekton. And first, he had that first kill. He gets the feat of warfare, and also, Aatrox is gonna lose out some experience here as the minions are dying under the tower. So
Yeah, we see bot lane also losing out on about a wave of experience and gold. Just a little bit of an unfortunate reset timer there. I think they could have stayed, but I think they wanted to try to come back into lane um, a little bit quicker and a little bit stronger. Just not being able to line it up with that cannon wave that would have been spawning just about now. Um, so they lose out a little bit, but should be pretty neutral if they're able to get this crash.
yeah, that's unfortunate. They like the Jinx and the Smolder were both low, so Smolder could have pushed one more wave. So I think that was just a mistake on knowing when your backing timings are. But it is just one wave, so it's not the biggest deal.
Yeah, this is interesting. Also, is I guess Hestica getting a shove, not able to get the crash, but he is just gonna he sits down in his river and just plays human ward for a little bit. Is able to spot out Kappa coming up for the gank, um, and that's about it. Hex is using some really nice movement, able to use that his little dragon wings to fly over to the side and avoid that hook. Really impressive movement. And the dredge line does come out. Not going to be able to get the bandage toss onto his electric, but they are going to force them off of this wave, likely get a crash, and then maybe move over into this dragon pit.
Yeah, they're dodging they're dodging everything down there. First the hooks, and then the mummy wraps. So um, we need to really, as our tools are simple, but we need to be hitting them in order to be able to get ahead with this comp for White Lotus.
Yeah, and
It's
as
looking really rough here. I don't know about this for blue team.
we did see, yeah, Kappa Crusader is going to be going in first, is not going to be able to get peeled off right away, but is going to get the kill onto Lullaby. They are going to have to be peeled off as well again. I mean, there's so much movement going on, but not a lot of
Ooh.
damage. I guess top side, we also see a little bit of I'm not quite sure what happened there. Tried to move past tower, but got caught out by that Aatrox.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he was just trying to do the suicide play again, and then realized I can't do this, and then tried to correct and walk into the jungle, and just ended up getting smacked down. So evened up for Aatrox here. Two kills each now, and Aatrox is just
I mean, to be able to stack this Conqueror and get all of this damage off immediately after that teleport, this is an extremely strong advantage to have in the top lane. At this point, you're hoping that your jungler is able to come back up and help you. And I mean, at this point, I don't think there's much that this like Amumu is able to do right now. I think right now this Amumu needs to try and get his camps done. This is a lot of gold and experience not being farmed. And it looks like they're turning their eyes onto these void grubs, even though it might be a little bit more valuable to sacrifice and just clear out towards bot side.
yeah. There's no way they're getting the void grubs here. They don't have any prio in either of their top lanes, but it looks like Amumu might be looking for raptors.
I'm seeing a lot of movement, a lot of plays going down, but I don't think there needs to be this much action. They need to slow their game down because they're in a position where the enemy team just does have a stronger jungler damage wise. Dredgeline actually going to be looking for the Ari, but is going to catch onto the Zillion instead. Is going to take a good chunk of damage from the Hui. That Severing Bolt going to be dealing a good amount of damage. He's going to have to speed himself up out of there.
Yeah, all of White Lotus's members are just so low now. They just need to look to back, and they could look at the dragon if Oversoul's gonna go for the grubs.
Yep, teleport going to be used coming back down into the mid lane for Nyx Cat. I mean, the game I think is really is way too complex right now. I think both teams need to slow down personally.
Yeah,
take
they're
a
trying
deep
to do too
breath.
much.
Exactly. And that happens, I think, a lot of these games where they feel they need to have this play made, they
Yep.
need to get in on this next play, but they can actually just slow down. If they don't interact, they're giving themselves a little bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, and Nautilus is still up here, even though the Grubs play is called off.
Yeah, he's gonna have to flash out.
Yep, loses his flash, and then also isn't getting anything really accomplished on the map. Jinx is putting in some work down here by herself,
Yeah,
though,
it's going to
but
be some lethal tempo stacked up. Going to be getting a lot of damage. Her rockets are going to be coming out, but is going to force the flash barrier from Hexes. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to be connecting, but it will definitely be used very, very well to force those summoners off of Smolder. And now they can definitely look for a strong play down here on the bot side for this dragon. We actually see Amumu trying to start it, and it might be a little bit, maybe, a little bit of a quick trigger on the dragon start. Red buff still up, does have his Krugs, but looks like they're going to try to force this anyway. Severing Bolt going to connect onto Nyx Cat, is going to bring them down just below half health, and Amumu is going to be dashed on the
they might have an
Ari.
advantage there. They took Ari
Oh
out of
my
that.
goodness,
So
yeah.
they need to start this right now. I mean, they have the man up, and neither TP for top laners. So it looks like blue is the dragon's going to go over to blue. They are going to
Yeah.
take a lot of damage from Mom, but I think that was just kind of a waste. Unfortunately, Jinx isn't going to take the correct play and push that wave out. She's just going to go back now. So that will result in potentially plates going over to Smolder and a tempo advantage. Nos is here to defend, but
Yeah, I mean, your Nautilus right here, you just catch the wave, and that's exactly what he is going to be doing. Both of these bot lanes need to get the reset. 92 CS on the Smolder, 81 on Jinx. These are very, very well-fed AD carries. And in the top lane, we did see Heska actually get a solo kill. Was able to bait out some of the cooldowns and position well, space outside of the damaging portions of the Aatrox Darken Blade, and he's able to secure a kill at the cost of his flash. Maybe really good timer on the flash, because during this time, oh my gosh, excuse me, Aatrox's flash was on cooldown still. Just came up as he entered lane.
Spirit Rush coming out for Ari in order to avoid the Mumu engage there. We see Zillion controlling River and cleaning up those White Lotus wards, just kind of dominating the vision around the bottom river. Makes for some potential play, maybe ganks on this Jinx. Looks like Wukong's going to clear the scuttle and potentially and then back and then head bot, I would assume.
Yeah. Some of these build paths I like. I really, really like them. I think that the Ari going Malignance is extremely strong right now with these mage item changes. Yeah, I think it's just the default build now. I don't think Roa personally was ever good on her. But I can understand that people do like the additional health that Roa did give. But these builds are looking pretty strong. We see Eclipse going for the every single AD bruiser is picking up that Eclipse. Dredgeline going to be landing onto the Zillion, who is going to walk straight onto a Chomper, but the ultimate is going to be saving his life. So Chrono Shift does bring him back from the dead, but it might not be enough.
It's
The
like
engage
Ari's
does
just
actually
gonna
end.
get taken down mid lane, and the Chrono was enough to spare his life in that situation. But both Jinx and Nautilus are real. Uh-oh.
We see some movement up in the top side. Wukong going to be going up, going to get the Cyclone onto Hestica, who did pop the Dominance. He's going to get a lot of healing from that cull, but it's not going to be enough to be able to save himself, go 1-for-1. He is just going to be going down and losing about
Check this out. We have
that
a
whole
Mumu down
wave.
here. They're looking for a dive
Yeah,
here.
really strong positioning. This wave is really good. Chrono Shift
Curse of
is
Sad
on
Money.
cooldown. Curse of the Sad Mummy going to be going down. And this juggling of the aggro, there's not going to be any, because Yuzi's just going to be able to survive the whole time. And that is going to be a very, very fed Jinx double kill, as well as getting jinxed up for that tower. Going to be able to get this first tower. Maybe not this wave, but the next wave, very, very likely.
Yeah, 100%. I think they stay for this tower. Really nice dive. Pretty much perfectly executed there, and so worth blowing the some of those ultimates and things there to get this Jinx ahead. It's going to be a Yuntao on back, and then potentially another BF sword, I would assume.
Yeah,
Or
right now we're
completed
seeing a
boots.
gold lead of about 1,000 gold between these ADCs. So that is exceptional lead that they have on their main carry. So, I mean, this is really going to be a game that's put onto the back of Jinx, and Renegade's not going to be able to escape immediately from this. Charm is going to land onto them, but Yuji's going to hit the bandage toss onto those electric and stop them. Chrono Shift is going to be going down, going to dodge the Super Med Death Rocket by getting that revive, but is going to ultimately go down. Chompers as well as the Hui damage going to secure that kill.
Once you get this Jinx going, it's going to be really hard to stop her. But it does look like White Lotus has been struggling on some of these objective fights. So we'll have to see. I know I'm a Jinx one trick myself, and Wukong can be really tough to manage with Jinx because she doesn't really have too many escape tools. And Chompers kind of aren't as effective because he can just clone over them. So
Yeah,
really
definitely. And
tough.
we see a little bit of kind of macro switch up that they're going for this since Renekton does have TP, is going to go bot, try to catch these waves that Smolder's going to be shoving, and they're going to go for this tower. But I really want to see this Hui or Renekton just stay top. They're really pushing together all four people together in one lane. It's a lot of split XP and gold. And I guess they're just missing out on, maximizing their gold and experience efficiency.
Yeah, they're kind of just deathballing around right now, which could pay off potentially. Are they picking up this dragon? It looks like they're gonna get the second dragon too. So, we take those even if it costs the tier 1 turret top. Not a huge deal.
Yeah, tier one loss at the top for a dragon, as well as the mid tier one. I mean, the mid tier one going
Massive.
down this early is extremely, extremely strong to open up the the jungle like that. Hestica gonna pop the Dominus, just going for a small trade. Didn't intend, to go into
Yeah,
the tower range, I assume. But better safe than sorry. Is gonna lose out on that cooldown, and blue side is gonna be taking the reset right here.
yeah. I don't know.
Um,
I think he just wanted more there and thought maybe his team was on the same page, but like it looked like they had gotten all that stuff done and they need to go home and spend their gold. So kind of a misplay for the Renekton there, but not a huge deal. I don't think the cooldown's not very long. It's already halfway up.
Definitely, yeah.
So
Yeah, and I think that it's. I mean, we could talk about this right here. Is I think at a certain point the Renekton did have a bit of a gold lead, maybe like 200, 300, but now that's shifted over to the Aatrox, who has just been spending their whole time top side alone, which I think that's something to think about if they're watching this game afterwards, trying to get information on, how did this Aatrox come back into the game a little bit.
yep. Is your screen frozen
I
or is it
am
just me?
seeing a frozen screen.
Okay. Yeah. I mean I was gonna say when you're that's like the cross map play, right? It wasn't huge, but at least it does you get the tower for Aatrox, right? And he gets 15, 20 minions over an Renekton, and a lot of experience potentially. He might be almost a level up on Renekton. He's not quite there, but um, that's sometimes what you got to do. And honestly, Aatrox could be a deciding factor in some of the team fights coming up. So there is that, but that was pretty massive getting the mid tier 1. I mean, that's usually the floodgates open up. That opens up jungle camps and everything for White Lotus to be able to really start running this map and establish vision for objectives much easier. But hopefully, we're gonna have to
Yeah,
restart the game here.
definitely.
So you you can leave it on for now. Uh, so we're gonna get a game restart. It'll probably take about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to get back in. So we're probably gonna miss a little bit. Um, but it'll be interesting to see if Oversoul is able to stop the dragon stacking, because I think that's another huge thing that um, Oversoul needs to be aware of is that they're getting a lot of free stats off these dragons. We're back in the loading screen, so there we go. Game is back. We did lose about a minute, about 2 minutes here. We're getting the stream back up here momentarily.
Yep, and I mean, there's action immediately. There's a fight in the mid lane going down. Red side is going to be taking the better of these trades, both in the mid lane and the top lane. Looks like Viela is able to get the kill, solo kill onto the Renekton. And I mean, 4 for 4 for nothing trade going on.
Yeah, and
Across the map.
just like that, the gold is even. The kills are even. I was gonna say, I think we have 2 dragons, right, for White Lotus, and then we have 3 grubs for Oversoul.
Yeah, so they did get the full grub passive, which is going to be good if they're able to keep this Aatrox in the side lane, pressuring, because he's going to be a larger threat to these turrets than he otherwise would be on his own. Super Mega Death Rocket going to be coming out, but it's not going to get the kill. Hex is actually going to be walking out of here with just under, looks like 50 health.
Wait, did we just have a Rift Herald popped top lane? It's just walking up lane with Renekton right now, I think.
Yeah, give him some company, and hopefully able to knock down this tier 1.
Right. Ari's going unanswered here in the bot lane, and Wei is having to walk out of base. I think he took a little bit of time there to get out of the base. He's gonna lose that whole wave. A lot of minions going down, and Ari didn't stay. Potentially could have taken that tier 1 bot. But it looks like Oversoul wants to look at this Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of value on this bot half of the map right now. We're seeing both the Dragon and Otacon being spawned up there. Dominant's going to be popped. He does have to tank about a tower shot to get in on this, but Viela not going to be able to connect with his sweet spot on that Q, and Hestica's going to be able to just run down him, slice and dice all the way through. Eclipse Shield going to be popping for Viela, and he's going to have to pop his own ultimate World Ender, but that extra speed is going to be enough for him to be able to walk out of that engage. That little scuffle between the two of them, and Hestica going to be walking, might be able to get in there. Slice and Dice is going to connect onto them, as well as the Ruthless Predator going to be able to stun him up and get the kill. So Hestica going 1-for-1 cross map to this Dragon and Atacon. So there's going to be some good pressure he's able to apply. Mummy is going to be going in. Banish Toss going to connect. Chrono Shift is going to be popped as well. Is going to resurrect and immediately flash over the blue wall. Charm not going to land onto anyone on this blue side team, and it looks like this is going to be a free Atacon and Dragon. And I like this prioritization to go for the Atacon first. Atacon is a one and done thing. Dragon will always be there, and it's not even Dragon Soul, so they do not need to prioritize this. I really like the decision here. As well as Hestica coming straight into the mid lane to try and defend against this push.
We have a TP coming in with Aatrox. It looks like Oversoul doesn't want to give away all these objectives so easily.
Kappa going in, gonna go with the Cyclone, gonna pop himself onto Lullaby of Woe with his own flash. One more ultimate gonna knock them up, but it's not gonna be enough. He is gonna be going down. Renegade does get a whole bunch of shielding and is not gonna be able to stay alive. Viela gonna get a kill and a shutdown on him. 2 kills, but Hestica's gonna trade that one back. Jinx gonna be going Jinx up. She is going crazy, getting all that move speed, and it's gonna be a full clear, total wipe. 1 for 5 in favor of White Lotus, and Jinx is basically a machine gun right now that shoots rockets.
You know what? Honestly, now that I'm looking more at Oversoul, and this is hindsight bias, but you have this super late game scaling Smolder, and I don't think this game is going to go late enough for him to be anywhere close to as strong as Jinx. And when there's just that much of a diff in damage and utility to the team, it's going to make it really, really hard for them to, to be able to win these fights mid-game. Because, Smolder's 1.5 items right now, while Jinx is, got 2 completed items on that play and just really, really, really strong compared to the Smolder, I think. You know what I mean? And if Oversoul can to install this game out a little bit to enable Smolder to catch up and get some of those items, I think these fights could be a little bit different. But right now, when Jinx gets excited, your whole team's wiped.
Yeah, definitely. Right now we have. I think that if I was going to make a little bit of a comment on these two teams, I definitely think that Oversoul has been making some really good macro decisions, really focused on their experience and gold. But they're just a little bit too far behind, and I think the complexity of their team comp does not, go in line exactly with how they are playing. Maybe if they execute just a little bit different with this team comp, it goes a different way. But if they ease up the execution, I think that this game is a lot closer than it is. Switching out some champs. I mean, I think the Aatrox and Zillion are two picks that are very hard to implement if you're not super coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think the Smolder might have been a mistake. Maybe a Tristana or Kaisa would have been a little bit better. After seeing what has happened, maybe they thought some of they could get carried a little bit early and get this Smolder fed. But it's kind of just gone the other way for them. Whereas now, I think what they really need is they need to pressure this Baron, and they need to also make sure that Dragon Soul doesn't go over White Lotus as well, while being 4K gold behind, which is not an
You actually
easy
see
ask.
Zillion gonna be caught out just a little bit. One bandage toss go out, another one gonna swing very far wide. Um, but is gonna force the Zillion to back up a little bit. And I mean, this fight for vision in your own jungle is always gonna be a struggle. But they're doing a pretty dang good job of making sure this jungle isn't completely lit up.
Yeah, I think they're doing what they can, really.
Yeah, Mom gonna
Thankfully,
be called
Smolder
down to
does
help
have
clear out the
good
wave.
wave clear. Yeah, really good to prevent this snowball.
Yeah, Thun is going to be going down, but that lightning bolt going to be called down. Brings the Smolder down to half health. Hestica going to go in, is going to get a lot of damage. However, it is only onto a clone. That trickster Wukong does make for a little bit of unlucky plays when you have targeted abilities.
That way damage, Super Mega Death
And
Rocket coming out, missing,
yeah,
and then just the or where those QEs coming out, trying to snipe Smolder from far. Chrono Shift coming
yeah, we
out.
do see Nyx Cat coming in, getting a kill with that charm. Is Electric going to be running away, but is not going to be able to get out. Another charm going to be landing onto the Amumu, but it's not going to be enough to really secure any kills. Viela was not there. Really was just on the back of Zelectric, Nyx, and Kappa getting all of that damage off. So they were able to go 1-for-1 in that trade, which is better than you could probably ask for. Kappa going to be really low trying to face check into this, and they're going to find Kane, who is going to be locked up. One auto attack more, and that's going to be one death. Yuji does go in, able to curse of the sad mummy. Lullaby Woe is in melee range right now, and this is extremely dangerous. We actually see that Smolder does have
They left
passive
him.
procced. But
I
yeah, they're
think they
going to
could
be
have
leaving him
won
for
that.
death.
I think if
Yeah.
Smolder had stayed, I think they won that. I don't think he knew Viela was gonna be able to heal through that, and I don't know.
You definitely cannot underestimate the healing on that Aatrox with a
No.
Sundered Sky. That is some insane healing. Especially the lower you get, the more it heals.
What was that Smolder ult? What was that?
I,
Did you see that?
I guess I did see it. We're just not going to talk about it. Is the
Yeah,
thing.
that was either a misclick or just a really big mistake. I don't know. Could have used that during the Aatrox fight, but
Quite
I
possibly just
guess not.
a way to check. Right now, they're looking at this as they have a really good timer set up. It's Barons up and Dragons up. Oversoul has to get this dragon. They cannot give that away.
They're gonna
And
do
Hessica's
the
doing
old.
some clearing of these 4 wards in the brush. It's a tactic you don't see very often, but it's very effective. And going trade here 1-for-1 on this dragon for Baron, honestly, a little bit of a misplay by White Lotus, if I'm honest. I think that
Yeah.
they need to push this mid wave in as hard as they can and force White Lotus or force Oversoul to fight them at either objective. They don't want to be giving up either of these objectives.
Is it me or is Zillion getting caught out like all the time in this jungle right now? He just keeps having to use his chrono shift to barely escape out from this Renekton who's just saying, "This is my jungle. I'm in the crocodile in the jungle now."
Right. I think that it's I think it's a good use of the ultimate. It is a high value play
because if they don't get caught out, then they don't use their ultimate. And it is on such a low cooldown that you might as well.
That
That
is
is a
true.
minute
Look at
long
that
cooldown.
That is insane. I didn't even know. I thought that was a longer cooldown. So not too bad. Looks like they're gonna get this tier 1 finally mid. They really need this. Although Amumu coming in to save the day and clear that wave out, still not able to take down that turret and has no health.
Yeah,
Man.
this mid turret does need to go down. It'll open up the map so much for the OVS team. And oh my gosh, every single time I look at Hestica, this man is clearing a war. That man is at 32 vision score. That is an insane vision score.
Look at Amumu too. I mean, and then you see
Yeah,
Wukong on the other side is the same thing. Lot of good vision coming out from both these teams.
Yeah, I think
honestly.
that's a testament to the fact that they're in this semis. I mean,
100%.
with such good vision score, I mean, like you could expect them to be this far. Has to go a little bit deep in uncharted territories, but it doesn't seem like it affects him too much. Level 17 to the levels of 14 and 12 on this Ari and Zillion. And I really like the play they're doing here. They're relaxed, they're waiting, they're saying, hey, we don't have to push or shove in. This is exactly how you need to be sieging. As soon as you get the opportunity to get that tower, go for it. Yuji going to be bandage tossing in. Curse of the Sad Mummy going to be going down. Chompers as well. Not going to be able to connect onto Nyxcat, who is just a little bit away from death. Is going to be popped down with the Chrono Shift. Lullaby of Woe going to be dived onto by Kappa Crusader. Cyclone going to be going in and then cycloning out. Viella going to be fleeing his own way out. Not going to be able to heal immediately up from any of this. And the Sterix isn't going to be enough to save him as well. This is a very, very prolonged fight that is still going in the favor of White Lotus. It went 2 for 1 there, as well as 2 towers and an inhibitor on the top half of this map.
I think that might be game.
This might be game. They definitely have the opportunity. Jinx gets excited, is not going to be able to transfer that onto any damage onto the champions, but is going to be able to take out that inhibitor, pick up the wave on her way out. And I think they're going to have to cut their losses right here, or at least cut their gains, I should say. Cut their gains here, because now they're going to set their eyes for this next dragon in the next 2 minutes and likely the end of the game.
Interesting that they didn't just go for the end there. I think they could have, but better to play it safe and not throw, because that can very well happen where these teams might be a little bit premature and thinking they can end the game and then get caught out on the escape out. So
absolutely, if they don't end, they could be giving up a couple of shutdowns. That, I mean, the later this game goes on, the more valuable these deaths or kills are for these teams now.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 inhibitors down and the amount of gold, I would say it's 99% chance they're going to win the game. They would have to throw pretty hard to give this up.
Yeah, we're seeing almost a 10k gold lead. It's at 7k right now. They're going to try to get a catch onto this Kane, as well as Lullaby of Woe, who is alone, and that Wukong is going to be jumping up on top of her and cycloning. That is a huge shutdown going on to a very, very strong monkey, who is going to be the bane of this Jinx
count
the whole
out the
game.
throw. Why are Jinx and Nautilus alone?
A bit of a commentator's curse. Caster curse coming out from you right there.
Maybe it was on purpose, though. We'll just go with that. It has to get a little spicy.
I mean,
right?
Kane coming in for seconds, it looks like.
He's
and
hungry
they
for
do
more.
not want to have this, because right now, White Lotus is knocking on their front door. Renegade pushing these waves in. Hestica as well. Gonna get slowed up, but it's not gonna be too detrimental. In the center of 5 OVS members, and that's gonna be a quick death as well. These shutdowns are coming in.
Yeah.
Very, very
actually
slowly.
Massive. Yeah. Unfortunately, none of these shutdowns are going to your AD carry, but you do have an Aatrox and a Wukong, so...
Yeah, I think right now they just need to get this gold onto everyone but the Smolder, if I'm being honest. Smolder's going to be able to deal enough with his abilities on his own, so Hexes is totally happy to give up some of this kills.
The Smolder needs the the Zeal item completed. I think 3 items before he can really do any damage. But he does have his execute by now,
A
I would
charm going to
assume.
be put really,
Blue
really
team
well against this
stolen
Hui. And blue team does steal the dragon as well. That's going to be the Infernal Soul
shutdowns.
coming down. But Kappa Crusader is going to get on top of
That's a
Lullaby of
wipe.
Woe, and that is a total wipe. Both inside the base, Hui does go down, as well as at the dragon fight. So we're seeing a very, very tight game. 35 minutes in, gold is almost equalized, about 3K down. That the difference in gold, it's going to be, in that top lane in the jungle right now, as well as the ADC. Being down about a whole item's worth of gold is not going to be a fun time for this Smolder, but I think he's handling it and managing it very, very well.
I cursed White Lotus so hard there. Look at I mean, just that swing alone was about a 5K gold swing because we're looking at
Yeah,
a 1,000 gold difference 35 minutes into the game, and after this Baron, Oversoul's gonna have more gold now than White Lotus. However, thankfully Amumu did steal that dragon and did get the dragon soul for White Lotus, otherwise that would have been a complete and utter wash. I mean, that was like the only saving grace there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we see gold has reached parity
That's
right now. We're seeing
crazy.
complete even gold counts right now. This is getting to be very, very tense. Any mistake here or there could actually spell the end of the game for either of these teams.
Oh man, the Jinx ult was too slow, but you gotta think that she's shooting blind into the Baron pit. So those are just leap of faith ultimates. I mean, it feels great when you get them, but they're very hard to secure the steals there. Thankfully, Jinx is not alone on the side lane this time. Has her team around her. Because
Yeah,
that was such a blunder that really was like the chain of events. I think was Jinx getting caught out there that, um, went to that far.
yeah, and I guess another small note I'll add into here. Well, actually, before anything happens, Kappa Crusader is going to try to clone in, but does not take this engage, which I think is a smart decision. But a small note is that this White Lotus team, every single one of them um, has a form of grievous wounds, except for the Jinx right now, who I'm assuming is going to be finishing their item and maybe getting grievous wounds as well. But
Probably gonna get the mortal reminder. But at this point, I mean, they have so
I,
much grievous wounds. It's probably better just to get LDR at this point.
LDR, yep. Thank goodness they got LDR, because that is
Yeah,
definitely the item you want to be getting. At least I think right now armor is so strong. LDR just blows mortal
it
reminder
it's
out of the water.
definitely a lot better, especially whenever you have so much other grievous wounds on the team. I mean, it's really not a big deal.
Yeah, and I'm
It
definitely
doesn't
it's definitely a
stack.
note. I wonder if they have
They communicated
communicated,
that.
yeah, who is getting the grievous wounds. 'Cause I think it should just be maybe Hui and Amumu.
I'm sure they probably
Um,
even talked about it in the lobby. Hey, we're going against Aatrox. We're gonna build. I can
Yeah,
build
Yuji getting
this. I
caught
can
out
build
just a
that.
little bit. He might have to burn his Curse the Sad Mummy. It's actually just going to flash out. Mom going to be called down, but it's a shielding from this team is
Did
actually going
literally
to be
no
enough.
damage.
Yeah, not even able to break through the shield. But this siege is going to be really, really strong and effective. That Baron buffed minion, that
Mm,
cannon minion, going to be putting in the work. And the siege is not over. They do only have one lane pushing, so once they clear this mid wave, they are going to have to back out a little bit. Able to take out the red buff,
that's pretty
which
big.
is a resource that you do not want to be given up when it is your own.
No.
Um, but they are going
Yeah.
to be backing out. Amumu pinging for this dragon.
I think a lot
Um,
of people underestimate how massive the team-wide buffs are. I mean, it's really good to steal those if you have the opportunity. And it sucks to lose those
yeah,
massively. I mean,
absolutely.
the stain and the burn, pretty
Yeah, I
big.
think a lot of people look at Dragon buff, Baron buff, Atacon, and they see the monetary value of that, and they say, oh, 200, 150, but they don't look at the blue buff and red buff and say, like, maybe it's only like 50 gold or 75 gold worth of stats, but that's still gold worth of,
On each member.
stats.
Hmm. Yeah, and if you have, if I mean, when you're getting late game and everybody has the same amount of items, pretty much, that could really just be the deciding factor. Well, their teams all has blue and red buff, but our team has nothing.
Yeah,
They're
we
just
see
stacking
White
up
Lotus going
here.
for the Death Bush. You can never go wrong with a Death Bush, except for when objectives
Nobody
will be
goes
coming up
there.
in a minute. So right
I
now
mean,
they're
Oversoul has
playing.
to
They have
know.
really good vision right now of this river. Oversoul does know that something is going on.
I
Why
think
are they
Jinx
not
just got
catching this
spotted.
waves?
I think Jinx got spotted
Definitely.
on that Raptor ward.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah, they're checking. But Kappa's caught out here, I think. I
yeah,
think
Kappa
Kappa's
is
caught.
very, very dangerous position, but he's gonna be walking himself out of there.
Mm.
Yeah, a lot of red wards used to make this play, and Electric gonna be caught out, but is gonna zoom himself out of there. Achu coming out, giving him just a little bit more stacks. This is one fed smolder. That is 342 stacks. So he is hitting his his execute a little bit earlier each passing minute, and it's becoming a more and more dangerous fight. And this is going to be the fight
Yep.
that ends the game, I think. This Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Yuji getting
Okay.
chunked down to half health immediately. You do not want that to happen.
Oversoul's doing a really good job at being spread out. So Yuji's looking for an engage, but he's just not able to find anything. I think at this point, honestly, you let Kappa and them like make the first move, and then you guys engage onto them.
You
But
definitely need
both
to play
teams
this first
play it
move,
slow.
first target. Yeah,
Yeah,
right
both
now
teams are
they're
looking for that. Dredge in.
landing onto the Wukong clone. Cyclone going to be going in. Nyx Cat going to be able to take the kill onto the Amumu. Not going to be able to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy off in time before he dies. Kane going to be going down as well. Redemption going to be coming down to give a little bit of a heal, but it's not going to be needed as Hexes is just zooming around this map using that red buff and his execute onto Renegade, who is going to be secured. You actually don't expect the Aatrox to pop the ultimate to steal the kill from the Smolder, but that is likely going to be game. Looks like they're going to be transitioning this down into the bot lane. Nyx Cat going to teleport to accelerate this minion push, but they have 30 seconds before this Amumu does come up. Right now it is only Hestica in that mid lane clearing this wave, or at least holding the gates.
I think honestly you take this tier 2 and you walk and get the Elder. I think that's what their plan is, at least. I don't think they can end here.
That was
they might be able to, but
yeah, it's gonna be pretty tight if they go for the end here. They still don't have a lot of damage on this initial respawn. They just have the Nautilus and the Amumu with the Renekton, and I think this might just be game. They have one last ditch, but the focus of this OVS team is gonna be a huge Curse of the Sad Mummy. Gonna be connecting onto them. Hestica able to get a huge Cole onto every single one of the members as well, and that's going to be a completely cleaned up team. 3-for-0 or 3-for-1 in my pad.
These teams are throwing left and right. This is amazing. I mean, why not go for the 100% play of the Elder? And then there's no contest if you have Elder. You're gonna win the fight for Baron. You get Elder, Baron, and then you come knocking down their doors. But instead, they got greedy, and look where it gets them. Now they have to defend.
That, yeah. Yeah, I definitely see that, they do have these 100% plays, but I think that going for the end there is the right call. I think they just had a little bit of a clump where they forgot that Amumu was coming back up with their ultimate and Hestica sitting there with Black Cleaver and his ult as well. So I think they misplayed a little bit, weren't able to focus down the targets immediately. If they're able to get the focus down, they're able to get the kill and able to finish the game, but they just were not able to siege and end properly. And now they're the game has swung back over into White Lotus. Yeah.
Yeah, White Lotus needs to get Baron, and I think Wei or Renekton comes back and clears the minions, not Jinx. Mumu and Jinx should be already on Baron. Now they're kind of throwing again.
Yeah, I mean, they
do have the dragon though, so I mean, this is going to be a White Lotus fight if they can get here.
Yeah, a little bit of a quick trigger on this Baron call for OBS. If they're able to get this, they stall out by not having to do anything. Aatrox going to preemptively TP to force them off and say that they need to answer his push in the bot lane. He has one tower.
I missed it. Apparently, Zillion stole the Elder.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I'm actually blind as hell.
I'm trolling.
I did not see that either. I mean, there's no way.
That's crazy. How did we miss that?
Yeah, Curse of the Sad Mummy going to be going down, and that is not going to be, enough to save his life. He is really sad now because he does end up dying. Curse or Charm going to be going down onto Hestica, who is not going to be able to survive past this, or maybe he is. This shielding is going to be bringing him back to life for that. But wow, I did not know that they stole the Elder. What?
I can't believe that happened. After the game's over, can we go back and rewatch that production? Because I would like to see how that actually happened. Double bomb.
Definitely. Oh my
Did
god.
the Mumu not have smite, or did he smite too early?
It's probably an early smite now. Dang.
Early smite. That's crazy.
Oh, Mumu was dead. Oh yeah, Mumu got popped
Oh.
immediately.
Okay, that makes sense. But I think most of Oversoul was dead when that happened, so they didn't end up. I mean, maybe one or two people on their team got the Elder
Yeah.
buff.
Yeah, Mumu got popped right away after he cursed the sad mummied in base.
I can't believe we're looking at a 45-minute game, and I think this is a best of 5. We're gonna be here all night, folks.
Brother. Yeah, my LP gains are going down the drain tonight. That's fine. I
No
didn't
rank
want to
for
play
you.
solo. I know. No ranked for me tonight.
Oh man.
That's fine. I already played one ranked game today. I need a break. And I mean, now the game is just stalled to who's going to make the first
Aatrox.
mistake.
Woo. Yeah. Or who makes the first call on the objective. I mean,
Yeah,
if they
OVS is going to be able to take this Baron pretty handily. No contest and
No
a bit of an
contest.
early smite.
And Yuji's caught out here, unfortunately.
Yeah,
No team
this
for him.
Curse of the Sad Mummy going to be going down, and that's a whole minute without no Mumu. So now they need to ideally look for a way to end this game, and this is probably the part where most teams struggle, especially at this elo, is closing out these games. I
They're just
feel
gonna
like
march down
45
mid.
minutes is enough time to really feel the annoyance in these kinds of games. It might be a little bit over here. Aatrox is there. They're gonna have to wait a little bit, and they can't get too antsy. They need to wait for this Aatrox to get his push onto the bot half of the map.
Right.
But we're seeing some pretty late end game kind of activities going on. Kappa Crusader going to get caught out. His Sterix is going to be popped, but he is going to blast him going over the wall into the Dragon Pit. Take his consolation prize of a Rift Scuttle. And now it's whether OVS is
Kinda like
able
a
to get
waiting
a
game.
setup. Yeah, they need to be able to set these lanes up so that they can positively influence the maps. Electric gonna catch out Kane here with a bomb, but that shield is not gonna be letting any damage happen to him. This is gonna be slow. The game has slowed down now. We're at a snail's pace of a game.
Wow. I think
Yeah,
you just
usually
March 5 mid maybe would be an appropriate. I don't
possibly. I mean,
know. This is
usually in these
tough.
games, you see a very slow early game. At least if you watch, higher level, you see a little bit of a slower early game where these teams are able to get set up and eventually, find their picks. But kind of the opposite effect happened right here, where there's a lot of action early on, and now that we've reached the end game, and it's very slow. You see a teleport coming in from
This is
Aatrox,
TP.
and
Yuji, go
it's
in.
not gonna end up connecting or leading to anything. So a little bit of a burned summoner as we come up on this Elder Dragon spawning in the next 20 seconds.
Right. My question is how is Jinx not full build right now?
I think they might have been farming only caster minions. That might be the reason why they're just a little bit low on
Big
gold.
engage.
Catching on to the Zillion, who's gonna have to chrono shift immediately.
Cyclone as well going to be burned. Teleport down here onto the bot half of the lane with Nyx Cat is going to try to shoot out the charm. Not going to be able to hit onto that Dominus buffed Renekton, who is
Ooh.
now going to not have that. And that looks like this Zillion is going to be going down immediately. Mom called in trying to get a slow onto everyone. Yuji going to go in, Curse of the Sad Mummy onto the to the Smolder, who is going to go down immediately. And Jinx has been completely excited this whole time, able to get a triple kill. That is going to be a 4-for-1 trade, and this could be game. This could be game.
Wait, what is Wukong doing?
Wukong, I think
Wukong's
is
just going for end right now.
I think this is a really smart play by the Wukong to force these waves closer to the enemy. They do need to get some sort of damage control. Going for the inhib is a little bit of a troll, but they're gonna go for the trade on the top inhib and bot inhib. So maybe not entirely troll.
Interesting play.
Going for another wave. If this Wukong, didn't
Wei could stop
know,
his back.
Yeah, and it actually does, and this is looking very, very dangerous now. We have 5 seconds coming up on the Zillion, and then 10 seconds for everyone else.
I'm just surprised that Wukong, you see Amumu is down. I'm wondering why Wukong didn't try to get in there and steal the Elder.
Yeah, I think maybe he had his plan initially, and then maybe after the fact was like, I probably should have gone for the steal, but I ended up already going to the bot lane. He
might have thought they weren't even going to go for it because of that. Maybe just like the threat alone. Wow, this is just incredible that these teams aren't closing this out right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is really. I mean, if you look at the score lines as well, this is really, really good by like both these teams. There's, when they when the teams die, they die. All right, these teams die together. All right. You don't see anybody in particular feeding or playing particularly bad. These are very, very like strong, consistent players. It feels, they struggle a little bit with some broader macro and some even.
I mean, I just can't believe we
well.
had a 7K gold lead. That was like, I thought I said 99% chance this game's over.
Yeah, that was like 35 minutes into the game, and that is a very, very strong zap and a very, very almost dead Jinx. Yeah, that Cyclone able to knock them up, and I mean, it doesn't matter that they have the Elder. Maybe it does if you are a Captain Crusader, but that is going to. This is actually a very, very strong Elder buff if you're Hui, who's able to hit from so far away. Charm going to be landing, and then Smolder going to be going down to Elder, who's not going to be able to get his own Elder buff onto anyone else. Viella not going to be able to get a kill either, it seems. He is going to be going down. Steric's going to actually save his life there, as well as that Death's Dance, preventing some of that immediate burst damage. So really, really strong trades, able to get the kills onto the Jinx and Amumu, but they do trade their own jungler, own ADC, and own mid laner. Neither team seemingly able to get this Baron or close out this game.
Yeah, this is cuckoo right here, man. I mean, I guess it's a reset and look to Baron again. I mean, these teams just gonna end up going back and forth, trading objectives, getting down to the doorsteps, getting an inhibitor or two, and then like this game's gonna go forever. Thankfully, Smolder scales infinitely, so eventually he'll be strong enough to just kill their whole team by himself.
Yeah. I think
maybe it was the best ADC to choose in this situation.
Yeah, I think that. I guess some of these notes that if I was going to be talking about like from a like team perspective and the way they're playing it, I think that once you get an inhibitor, you need to have someone in that lane. There is never a reason to not have someone in that lane, just because it accelerates that pressure in that lane, because it takes a whole like 2 minutes for like a wave of super minions to go from the middle of the wave to actually knocking on their doorstep. It is a very, very long time. Hestiga getting caught out a little bit, is going to have to pop the Dominus and get stunned. Able to prevent a little bit of time, and hopefully going to be able to secure this Baron. Kappa Crusader on the back end of this while this is going on. Amumu going to have to banish toss himself in there. Renegade going to secure it with his own Molten Fissure. And
going 1-for-0, and they pick up the Baron. This is going to be White Lotus's time to hopefully close this game out. If they 5-man mid, they might be able to get it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
maybe send has to go to the top side. That is another wave and avenue of approach that they have
I think
to
you
be able
just
to finish
send
this
it,
game.
man. Yeah, I think you just send it at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Get
they,
Jinx.
they
I
look
mean,
like they
Jinx
have the
just takes
numbers.
melts towers. Like, just have Yuji
Definitely.
go in and tank. Yuji has to
Yeah.
go in, tank everything while Jinx
We
just
see
gets
an open
excited.
Nexus, Curse of the Sad
Yep.
Mummy going to be going down, and that is going to be
Yeah,
the end of the
that's gonna be
game.
it.
So Lullaby of Woe not even looking, just saying
Wow.
that he wants out of this game. And finally, after 54 minutes, we get the end of game 1.
Production's gonna go back to that first Elder. Let's see it. Not even close, baby. Look, Jinx he's just sitting there, double bombs it. That's incredible.
Oh, wow. Oh my
They
gosh.
did anybody have sweepers there or nothing? They had nothing there to stop
Yeah.
that vision. They didn't even know Zillion was there. Guess they had no idea Zillion was there.
Huge. Huge.
That was cool. That's a really cool play by the Zillion.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. Oh my
Well,
God.
I mean, White Lotus deserved that win with the 7K ahead that they threw, but still, I mean, they should have won that game 30 minutes ago. Oversoul gave them a run for their money there. I'm glad it's over, but I think we're gonna be in store for like a 5-game banger here. Pretty sure it's going to like 1 in the morning.
Yeah, definitely could be a very, very late day. Late night, sorry.
It's gonna be a late day. Oh, okay. I think we go to intermission here while the teams prepare for get us in a draft and come back with draft. But that was a really exciting and interesting game 1, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Let us
all
know
right.
All right, everybody, welcome back for Draft 2. We have the Jinx band coming out for White Lotus. I think all the other bands are pretty much going to be about the same.
Yeah, we see Hui added onto that roster and a Mumu as well. Not going to be wanting to deal with these like very safe picks, very impactful picks and ultimates and abilities.
Make them sweat a little bit for game 2.
Yeah, so now we see OBS on the side, on the blue side, looking for first pick. Will like be ADC, jungle, support, you know, maybe they go for a top lane, you know, spice things up, but
Hey,
likely gonna be ADC.
I'm about it, man. That could be Lucian top.
It could be Lucian top or mid. We have
Or
no
mid.
idea.
Lucian is a flex upon flex, so how cool would that be to see the Lucian go top or mid or something?
I think they would be the most hated player in the league if they played ranged top. I think that
Smurfing.
everyone would hate them.
Honestly, I don't play top, but the few games I have, I've always picked Vayne.
Yeah,
Filthy
yeah.
ADC player here.
You're wrong for picking that. It's just, which is okay.
I honestly,
okay.
I've tried other champs, like I tried playing Maokai, and I just get giga stumped. I can't do it.
I think Maokai is very, very hard to play top lane. He's very, very weak. But they see the Tristana pick. So we're looking
Tristana.
for the exact opposite. Some pretty strong early game and mid game spikers. Tristana does have the added benefit of you know, getting the increased and insane auto attack range at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And the Wukong going to be locked in as well. That's going to be going over to the jungle.
Not only that, but the push power, you know, the ability to break those turrets very quickly. I would say Tristana probably is the quickest to destroy turrets out of any ADCs.
Yeah, out of ADCs, absolutely. I mean, the only one that would rival is the fact that Ziggs can push towers and then he pushes
like
away
an
really
excited
fast and then
Jinx.
kills it. Yeah, exactly. Poppy coming in to mitigate some of these dashes that the White Lotus team has already. Jump from Tristana and the clone and the Nimbus from Wukong. So really strong pick.
Does Poppy's thing work against Tristana jump?
Yes,
Interesting. Okay.
absolutely. Yep, any dash or movement ability. And they're going to lock in Lucian Nami for the bot side. I've seen a lot of people actually opt for the Milio with the Lucian instead of Nami lately.
Milio's just so strong right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like the lethality electrocute Lucian with Milio. You just get any Milio ability and you dash onto them and auto them and you get the electrocute proc. Kind of like how it used to be with ult Nami, where both of them could actually proc electrocute immediately. But now it's the Lucian exclusively. And they're going to go for the Braum pick, which, again, that's another dash added onto the radar of this Poppy, who's getting a lot of value out of all of this.
Interesting. Does Brahm's shield blocks Nami though? I think.
Yes,
Blocks
Braum
the
Shield does
tsunami.
block. Yeah, it completely mitigates the tsunami, the bubble,
It's pretty
the
good.
heal if it comes out onto them. Yeah, Braum is always going to be a good pick, especially Tristana, who has an attack speed steroid, so she's going to be able to proc his passive a little bit faster than other ADCs who don't have a steroid as strong as Tristana's. And we're gonna see, looks like some pretty heavy hitting top laners coming out. I mean, Gwen and Mundo both very strong kind of time hacks. You have to get the game. Oh, you have to have the game and won by a certain point. Otherwise, those champs will just kind of run over the game on their own, kind of a 1v9 army.
Right.
And then Garen locked away, looking like they're gonna try to weasel out a good top lane matchup for OBS, because I think they're gonna save the top lane pick for last pick. It's been consistently, I think, most games and competitive things, at least at the IBSG, Platinum, Emerald level, they like to get their top laner into a good matchup.
Makes sense.
I think they're just going to go for the Mordekaiser here. They have a lot of AD, so this is a really good option to get some AP onto the table. It also does mitigate, one person from a team fight. If that Mordekaiser is able to get ahead, he's able to take someone out of the team fight entirely. Or even if he gets behind, he's able to take away the most fed member on OBS from a team fight, or the most influential member, if need be.
Ooh, big. I think Kale goes super hard here.
Yeah, Kale's ult is going to be having a lot of value here.
Yeah. Not only that, but just the scaling kind of. I think they need a little bit of scale for Oversoul. Solution could fall off pretty hard compared to Tristana. I think Tristana, if it gets to as late as it did last game, Tristana's going to be way stronger than Lucian.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have the Cassiopeia, who's going to be able to shred through this Braum Wukong Mord very easily when it comes down to it. A lot of Engage has a reliance on this Wukong's ability to move around the side and get a flank and a dash in, but that Poppy and Cassiopeia are going to mitigate that extremely well with that Miasma from Cass and the I guess that the dash block that Poppy has.
And we actually got the counter pick for mid there, believe it or not.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a change up on who gets that last pick. Victor going to be coming in as the last pick, a very safe and strong mid laner. Pretty much always have an opportunity to make an impact as Victor.
All right, well, draft's team's looking pretty good. I like the ADC matchup. I think, and I like bot lane looks really good. Brahm's really strong. Poppy's really. I'm sorry, Nami's really strong. I thought the Poppy was support for a second there. I don't know. I like OBS again here. I think that Kale could become a really big issue.
Yeah, I definitely think I like the OBS composition just a little bit more as well. But I mean, both comps are very good. The difference is really going to be, again, I think, on at least, and not to the same degree, but which team executes their composition a little bit better than the other. Kale does have a get out of jail free card that she can put onto Lucian herself or Cassiopeia, and hopefully one of them will be able to carry out the rest of the team fight. So this is looking, OBS kind of key player is the Kale, and then if I was going to give a key player for White Lotus, it's going to be, how does this Wukong, get these fights started?
Alrighty, folks. I think on that note, we're going to take a brief intermission before we get into Game 2. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Game 2. Looks like we're going to see some early shenanigans for White Lotus again. Looking for something cheeky top. I like it. I like it. I have a different strategy here, switching it up.
Yeah, this is maybe going to be good. Might end up being a nothing play, which is totally okay for them. They do not need to have anything happen. But they do kind of sacrifice the presence on the bot side, and immediately we see Nami moving over to get a ward onto that blue buff. So I was thinking about this during this game, or at least during the intermission, is how would I maybe play this if I was like on this team is I would want my Wukong to be topside perma, so I would look for like a vertical jungle angle here. You'll have this Mordekaiser who's so strong early on, just pretty much stat checks any lane, especially a scaler like Kale. Like this Wukong, I think could start Raptors and just immediately take the top half, like the blue half, blue buff side. It's maybe how I would play it, but looks like he's going to opt to take this red buff. Poppy as well going to opt to take this half. And they do spot that out on the ward. So both teams very, very aware of exactly where these junglers are going to be starting. At least in my mind.
Interesting that Nami put her ward near the wolves there, but White Lotus has a ward on their blue buff. So
Yeah, and both
coverage.
of these wards are very, very good. I mean, like as long as you're able to see the poppies, able to go from blue buff to Gromp, you know that she's going to do her wolves and move into the full clear. And it might be a little bit of a close timing on this bottom ward. And we see some trades topside. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I mean that's like the stat check that Mordekaiser has, especially into these scalers. Like this is going to be exactly how these matchups play out, as well as this Braum able to get on top and not be able to get the passive onto his electric, but those concussive blows are going to be very, very strong once Tristana is able to clear them and proc that passive of Brahms.
I'm being told my mic is slightly low, so I'm gonna try to move it a little closer to my face here.
You just put that sucker right in your mouth.
I actually have a booster on it. Maybe it reset whenever I reset my computer. I'm not sure. Oh, I can't believe Kale. She didn't even blow her flash. Like, or they didn't even blow their flash. I don't want to gender anybody here. Apparently, somebody was saying that. If I'm referring to genders, it's the character's gender. It's not the person playing the character's gender.
Yeah, pretty much. And
just to put that out there for anybody who might be offended in chat for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, we're doing our best, and usually we try to say they or the gender's based on the champion, and it's not like we're seeing a lot of Cho'Gath, who I believe is not gendered, as well as Vel'Koz. But right now, pretty neutral lanes. I mean, looks like they're gonna get a big trade down here in the bot lane from Hexes. That bubble gonna pop onto Kane because of that wall. And now the barrier is gonna be popped. Rocket jump on top, not gonna be able to get the kill immediately.
Wow.
Concussive blow is gonna proc onto the Nami, who is gonna be one shot away as well. Captain Crusader gonna come in try to save the life, and that is gonna be a lot of action down in the bot lane. And a heroic charge from not Tristana, from Poppy to end the trade there.
That's amazing that that White Lotus wasn't able to pick up any of those kills. I thought for sure Lucian was done. I thought for sure Nami was done, but both get out with just a scrape of health left, and then Nami has so much sustain that they're looking fine to continue out playing this lane.
Definitely need to be a little bit more passive, but yeah, they're still in this lane, able to not lose much of experience, and it may be a little bit of a focus issue on the bot lane here. They kind of switched between the Lucian and the Nami a little bit too much, I think.
Right, I would agree. I think they definitely should have been able to get that. And they're going in again. He isn't able to get the Braum passive off. Just some damage in that trade, but it's going to be Sustained by the Nami, but Nami it has no health or no mana
Yeah,
now.
we see Renegade actually going in, able to get the Q flash auto onto Nyxcat, who ran out of mana. Did have their Conqueror stacked all the way, but not enough damage or ability to escape to stay in there. Now they are going to come back into lane with their own flash up, but if they're
Ooh.
able to use it and utilize it, it might be
Lucian's trying to take a really suboptimal back here, leaving the Nami to herself to defend the tower. Surely this is a free push, a loss of a lot of minions
yeah.
for Lucian here.
Yeah, if they're able
Tristana's
to
gonna go for the plates too. Interesting.
Yeah, he's gonna take a tower shot, but it's not gonna mean much. And I mean, they get a back off here, but it seems like
It's
this is a
clear this
little bit
wave.
too late. They need to get this wave cleared.
Yeah,
So they're in
Tristana
a
should have
bit
just
of a rough
backed right
decision
there.
now.
Yep. Well, now Tristana's gonna lose her cannon here because Lucian's gonna just push this quickly, and tempo is not on their side. Yeah, Tristana has to stay now. Gonna need Wukong to bail them out. Nami is putting a ward in their tri-bush, so they're gonna be spotted out when they approach here to try bailing them out. Poppy as well hovering in the bottom side. I think we're gonna see another play there.
Yeah, top side's gonna have a clash as well. And it looks like Wukong's gonna walk himself out of there. Almost gets locked up by that steadfast presence. Is gonna stop a little bit of it. Nyxcat gonna have to burn her ultimate as well onto Renegade, burning their ultimate. Guide Singularity going down. So that Arcane Storm gonna be coming out. And a lot of trades, a lot of ultimates being passed back and forth, and not a lot of results. So a lot of action, but no results. I see Kale actually hit level 6, so they're going to be a little bit more of a champion, able to farm a little bit easier now that they are ranged. But that first dragon going to be going over to OBS.
That's what you need whenever you're behind like that. And they're able to potentially also look towards grubs. However, White Lotus does have kill and gold advantage on their mid and their top laner. So they just want to, I think, focus on getting their bot lane ahead, and let the mid and top just kind of fend for themselves and maybe just try to farm up a little bit and scale. Probably not a good idea to go for grubs because they're going to lose the fight most likely.
Yeah, we see the Braum already move over here.
Yeah.
That you see that a lot, transitioning to support over into these lanes or into these objectives.
I mean, yeah, at this point, I don't even think the Braum necessarily need to even go because it looks like it's just a free objective, which it should be because I think Oversoul knows they don't really, stand a chance there. But now Tristana has to suffer the consequences of the 2v1.
Yeah.
And I guess that's something that you'll probably see a lot more now, or at least if I was like giving notes or coaching to any like IBSG teams, like this is a very, very good example of how you maybe want to play these matchups. A while ago, when we had Rift Herald spawn at 8 minutes, you would have a really, really influential supports, Leona, Nautilus, and they would stay in lane. They would never roam. They would hit level 6, and they would immediately transition over into that fight for the Herald at the 8 minute mark. So get level 6 on your support, and then immediately come over. And we see a flash from Hester coming over onto Viella, who's going to get brought into that death realm.
I think
And this
Viola's
is
just
likely
done
going to be a kill. Yeah, no mana on that. Kale not going to be able to pull out their ultimate.
It's fine. It's Kale into Mordekaiser. I think you just need to, do your best to not feed your ass off.
Yeah.
Just scale up as much as you possibly can. Stay safe. Unfortunate that the 2 kills are now over and Mordekaiser's really strong, so that's gonna make it kind of crappy. But yeah.
Yeah, those swiftness boots are going to help, especially now that Mordekaiser has a Rylai's right now.
Huge trades coming out here. Kane is able to get out. Zelectric is going to be a casualty of that fight. Kill going over to Yuji, and Lucian and Poppy are just gonna have to get out of there and clear this wave up.
Yeah, quite a big trade. Ultimate for the kill onto his electric. So that Glacial Fissure did secure that kill on his electric, as well as the support from Yuji. But yeah, not again. I mean, this is a very slow game. It feels like these kills are happening every 2 minutes or so, and that's it comes in line with the game time. At least waiting until minions spawn. And I think that we're gonna see a really, really big gold lead that it's gonna open up a little bit farther. They're at 3K or about 2,500 right now. If they're able to just accelerate this to 5K and maybe keep it there and try to push for that 10K gold lead, this game should be over in favor of a White Lotus. It's Electric coming mid lane, gonna try to get a little bit of harass, save Nick's cat a little bit from getting shoved in so hard. And a bubble going to land on top of them, but it's not going to be able to lead into anything but just that. I mean, this is some insane farm on this Victor. That man's 100 CS.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely some really good
10
CS numbers.
9 CS a minute.
This is
Almost
extremely
10.
strong, yeah. Nick's cat coming in immediately with the teleport. Gonna pop off the ult. Miasma's gonna slow down Renegade, who is gonna have to flash away. One more poison on them is gonna secure that kill. Shutdown going over to Nick's cat, and now we see Lullaby of Woe jumping in. Rocket jump on top of the Lucian, who is gonna take a good chunk of damage from the concussive blows, as well as that explosive charge. But they just shoved that wave in, and now the wave's about even now. Push back into the middle of the lane.
Really big
good
play
trade.
to
Nick's
get
cat really good play.
Yeah. Yeah, Nyx has a better all-in whenever she is fresh off out of base with her item completed. So that was an now or never type of deal, I think, for her to, or well, for them, whatever, to make that play. And the CS difference, big engage coming out.
Glacial Fissure, and then the door to be able to knock away that Nami ult. That tidal wave is going to go nowhere except into that Brahm's hands. So that is going to be quite the kill and the transition into the dragon for this White Lotus team.
Oh my, yeah, that's Braum is a really strong champion right now. Let's just say that. Viella in a dangerous situation, able to bait out the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser's dangerously low. This might be an opportunity for the Kale to pick up some farm or potentially... Yep, she's going to pick up the farm. And Mordekaiser had to just out.
With no real way to actually get the kill on the resourceless Mordekaiser, I think they just have to take this push, and they're not even going to be able to get the crash. But right now, a freeze is not going to be that effective. So I really like the teleport into the immediate push. Gonna force down maybe a plate or two extra on this tower for Mordekaiser.
I think that the Oversoul was quite aware. Because we haven't seen Poppy make their way up to top lane. So really just leaving this Kale bare for bones, having to fend for themselves. So hopefully, I think level 11, the range expands even more. I'm not sure. But really, really tough with how strong this Mordekaiser is coming off the Rylai spike here.
Yeah, no, she actually does not gain any more attack range, but she just is a little bit stronger.
I thought they got a second attack range boost at level 11 or something like that.
Level 16.
Okay.
Yep.
So quite a while to go for Kale to evolve again, but I mean, Gnasher Tooth is a little cheaper, so we're working towards that.
Yeah, Kale is going to be benefiting from the fact that Nashor's is a little bit cheaper. We see Poppy coming in onto Yuji, who is going to be leading them straight into this Mordekaiser's hands, who is now going to be putting them into the Death Realm. Ultimate coming down from the Kale, who's going to survive a lot of damage, but might not be enough. Is going to actually end up going down. Nyx Cat here, Miasma going down. Not going to be able to land her Petrifying Gaze onto Hestica for the kill, and is actually going to be knocked up and put down almost to 0 health. Yuji gonna get one more auto, does need it, has to clone into it, tries to Nimbus away, but Kappa Crusader able to get the Justice Charge into them, or Heroic Charge, apologies, and now the Gravitation Field from Renegade gonna try to lock up Kappa Crusader, who is just barely gonna be able to run away. He has the move speed, but so does Renegade, able to use that Airy to get some bonus move speed and finish up the kill with that upgraded auto attack from his Q. Glacial Fissure from the Braum into the bot lane. Gonna have to eat up a whole bunch of that ultimate from Lucian. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage. The door goes up, prevents a whole chunk of damage, but Zelectric able to get the kill. And this is just nonstop action. Both of these teams are going to be fighting back to back to back throughout these lanes. And I mean, I couldn't tell you who came out ahead. I'll be honest.
I think because of Shutdown Gold, that was favorable in general for White Lotus, but I think an extra kill went over for White Lotus there. I'm sorry. White Lotus is red, so I think Oversoul was favorable for that from shutdowns. Hexes though almost caught out by Wukong, able to dash away, but definitely was really good to get some of that shutdown gold onto the Cassiopeia and the Poppy as well. So very good plays for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do see the Rift Herald up now, and we have a dragon spawning in 1 minute. So it would be interesting to see. I think for White Lotus, they would prefer the Rift Herald here, although there's 2 dragons for Oversoul, and it looks like Tristana's gonna be caught out here.
Yeah,
Is
she's
able
definitely
to
a
bust
little
her
bit
shot.
too far up. Tidal Wave gonna come out in the Cyclone. It's actually gonna end up being the end of Tristana. Hex is able to shoot his laser straight through the Wukong and into the
Oh
Tristana.
my god!
Double kill picked up there for them. So that is quite the
Nami's had some
unfortunate
really
play.
good. Those are some really good Nami bubbles there, allowing the double kill to go over to Hex's Lucian. That's a massive pickup for Lucian here. We do have a TP coming in, but I think it's going to be all for naught as everyone's going to get out, I would assume. However, Renegade's looking here, and it's just going to be whether or not they're going to get pulled by Hestica. So this is going to free up Kale to get a lot of gold topside. However, I think White Lotus is going to be able to pick up bot tower here. And Hex, they're going to try to fight so that it doesn't go down here.
Yep, we're seeing a pretty big dive onto this tower. And, I mean, everyone is going to end up walking away from this. A couple of scratches. Hestica going to get a pull onto his electric and is not going to be able to finish up the kill. Hexus is on fire right now. 3-0 on the Lucian, and Viella is out here as well, level 12, taking in that experience really, really well. And I actually, I'm going to ask production at the end of this to go back and look at some of these dragons, because I actually did not recognize that Kappa got the steal onto that second dragon.
Yeah, I missed that completely as well, which is crazy.
It's a really, really good steal and kind of play. I went back and watched it on my own thing. Definitely a good steal.
Yeah, now we're looking at Soul Point for Oversoul, and their scalers are really starting to scale up. Lucian is much stronger than Tristana right now. Cassiopeia and Victor, I would assume, are relatively even. It actually looks like the cast is potentially slightly ahead due to some of those shutdowns. So the comeback mechanics really playing a huge part for Oversoul in this game right now.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're White Lotus in this game, you really are not happy that a scaling team is picking up these dragons. When you play against a
No.
team that has really good scaling, you want to get those dragons because those are additional stats for free that you need. Like these hyper scaling champs get stats from the fact that they have, all of this scaling potential. Like Cassiopeia does not need to buy boots. Kale, it just gets increased range and damage and has an ultimate that makes it so she doesn't take damage. Like this is a lot of stats that you get for free because of the champs that you pick, and on top of that, you're adding free stats from the dragon. This is very very strong for this OBS team.
Yeah, and I believe it is Cloud Soul, if I'm not mistaken, which I think is just massive for this comp into the Mordekaiser, into this divey
The electric doing
Wukong.
an insane amount of work with those
Yeah.
movements inside of the
Select-
death realm.
Yep. Electric looking really good on Nami. And yeah, I wouldn't want to see Cloud Soul going over and then you have this Kale running at you. It's going to be really, really tough to deal with. Kappa
Yeah,
coming
Cap
in. He's going
Crusader
to be able
coming
to
in on
pick
the
up the kill on
side.
Mordekaiser.
So you actually have a big play in the top side, and then a decent trade coming in the mid lane. We see Hexes being pretty much full health to that of Tristana, who's been brought down just under half. Teleports coming in from Renegade. Not going to be able to really mitigate much. Is just going to be there to pick up the wave. Spots them out, getting the reset with his own red ward up in that top brush. And now we're just sitting around waiting for, I guess, the next objective, which is going to be this dragon in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think White Lotus is going to need to um, make a play on one of these, maybe mid or maybe top with this Rift Herald, and try to. I think they just push tier 1, tier 2 down, and give the Otacon, come back with more gold, and go for the fourth dragon, or use it. Wow. Okay, Nick's just gonna go in. Guns loaded on a Renegade. Renegade's gonna get out alive, but
Yeah, does have to
Nick's
use his
just
flash.
Yep. Has to use flash, but also just takes massive damage there. Doesn't have TP. Kind of stuck under the turret there.
Yeah, and I think if I am White Lotus, I'm definitely looking for, some sort of play to make, because at this point, we look at like the position that they're in right now. It may not be on paper that they're down a lot, but they're in quite a tough situation, given the circumstances. So the direction they need to choose has to be decisive, has to give them a pretty big lead. And this might be a problem if they're looking for that while Hestica is getting collapsed on by this Nyx cat. Miasma going down, going to be slowing him, able to get the move speed buff and walk into him. And Hestica's just going to be dropped down to below half health. I mean, almost a quarter health. Kane as well, going to be caught out, going to have to pop up the door, dodge the bubble. And yeah, I think you're right that Yuji does have to just drop this Herald and make a play somewhere on the map.
Yep.
While Kane does get caught out as well. Not going to be able to jump out of there because they are going to be caught out by Kappa Crusader, charging them into that wall and popping up that steadfast presence. Not going to let him jump to his teammates.
I mean, it just looks like White Lotus can't walk in at all with this Cassiopeia damage is just crazy. Wukong is able to finally engage onto Lucian there. Massive play to get Tristana another kill. Definitely need the man advantage while you have Kale knocking at your tier 2 bot lane. And Dragon's up in 10 seconds. So I think that Oversoul is willing to give up this Dragon to get this Kale ahead. However, I see Kale heading back over to the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, this could be really, really beneficial. Hestica goes in, gets the Death Realm onto Electric, who's actually going to bubble. This is the second bubble they got onto Hestica during this whole interaction. And Kappa Crusader might be looking to get another charge off. Does have to pop their flash. Viella is in the middle of it all. Going to pop their ultimate, get a kill onto Yuji. Is still pretty exalted right now, so is going to have a good amount of damage. Tristana tries to rocket jump in, out, wherever they can go, but Kappa Crusader pops up Steadfast Presence and is going to prevent that jump. And this is looking like it's going to be a Dragon. So Dragon's still pumping up at the 25-minute mark for this OVS team, and this is an extremely accelerated Kale and Cassiopeia. So this is going to be a very, very strong team.
Yeah, I mean, that early lead that White Lotus had has just completely evaporated and gone to the other side. And along with that, Dragon Soul with the gold lead, with the scalers, I don't think there's really much that Oversoul is, or I'm sorry, that White Lotus can do at this point in these team fights. It's they just need to find picks and like these like guerrilla like in and out quick fights because these extended fights are just not looking good for them at all.
Yeah, I really want to compliment the play that Yuji and Lullaby of Woe made. I mean, getting onto the Lucian, they both knew their kill thresholds and potential, and that was just a really, really well executed play using the Wukong to dash in, get the ultimate onto Hexes, and get that kill. The shutdown onto the Tristana is a really, really strong play. Electric actually won. An immediate kill going over to White Lotus.
I'm seeing a frozen. Oh, we're back. Okay, the screen was frozen for a solid 20 seconds there. It is back. So I mean, I just need to not talk because that looked really good for White Lotus, and I was just saying how doomed it looked for them. So I don't know. I'm just caster cursing all over the place for them.
Yeah, and now White Lotus has an opportunity to maybe push a lead into the enemy jungle and maybe look for a Baron play if they're able to get a catch here. Obviously, they're privy to the idea. They see the blue trinket onto the Baron, and nobody is walking into this bush. Hexes actually throws out
a W as a little bit of a scouting, and then Hixcat getting a huge petrifying gaze. 3 members of White Lotus locked up, but that is a huge big ticket ultimate that it's not going to be available if they try to go for this Baron and force something out of it.
Right, and I mean, I like what Kale's doing. Is just applying so much pressure to these side lanes. So White Lotus just bleeding out and needs to take these fights while they have the chance.
Yeah, and a bit of an upfront positioning from White Lotus, and I think that's a big mistake to be that far up without their Victor, without the rest of their team able to follow up or defend them. I mean, Kappa Crusader is level 15, is completely massive. I mean, Nyx Cat's level 16 on their way to level 17. This team is very, very accelerated, so you cannot be getting caught out. The gold lead on paper is only about 2,000 gold, but in stats, I would say it's upwards of like 3,000 gold, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think Dragon Soul is worth about 2k gold. I think it's about 500 per member. They're gonna back off this Baron. Not sure why they decided to do that. Maybe afraid of a steal. Gonna opt into the safer play here.
Yeah.
We do have a really early Elder coming up in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be, the game is very, very quick compared to the other one, but I will say that both of these teams ended up having a little bit of an issue closing these games, so it may come down to a bit of a longer game again. And in that case, I still think that OBS does have a little bit of an advantage because of their composition. So we will see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mordekaiser needs to lock the Cassiopeia up in the death realm for White Lotus. Now, typically, you would probably want to use Death Realm on Lucian or like an AD carry, but this Cassiopeia seems to be putting in a lot of damage and crowd control for Oversoul. I mean, that's the way I think that they need to approach the fight, and then you have Cyclone for, for the Kale for the Lucian. I don't know. This is tough. It's definitely
Yeah,
tough
I
for
definitely
White
think
Lotus.
I think that Mordekaiser is a little bit of a bait, I'll be honest. In most
Yep.
games and matches, I think Mordekaiser is just such a bait champion because, on paper he seems really good. You can get ahead, but if you don't get ahead, your ultimate's not going to be useful. Kappa Crusader are going to be going in onto Yuji. He's going to burn his flash over the wall. Tidal Wave as well. Going to catch on to Heska as well as the bubble, but it's only going to be that, just a little bit of CC, and they're going to be backing out. Ultimate's popped by his electric, so he was able to zoom himself straight out of that altercation and come back into the river. Kappa going to use a smite to steal that raptor away, and now we're just in another waiting game. And I mean, Kene getting caught out just a little bit, Kappa popping on, and this is a little bit too far, I think. But I mean,
Yep.
Cloud Soul as well as the Cloud Field, so.
Yeah, they're allowed to go a little deeper than they would want. But that's a Braum, and catching out the Braum, he can just absorb so much damage that it's really hard to lock him down and pick him off solo.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I mean, the Brahms take 0 damage always.
For real.
They take 0 damage for a while, and then they take a lot because all their cooldowns are gone.
Right, right. But yeah, you throw up that shield on the initial engage, and you're absorbing, because a lot of players don't really hold on to their abilities. They'll just use them all really quickly, and Braum can just absorb all that, and then he's good to go.
Yeah, we see them actually looking for a setup on this Elder Dragon first, prior to even thinking about the Baron. If I am OBS, I think I might even just sack this because the Baron is just so much more effective. Because if I'm Kale, I should be in the side lane right now. I'm not even worried about my team. Cap Crusader gonna have to back out. Glacier Fizz are gonna run just a little bit short. And Hex is getting caught out here as well. Is going to get ulted by Hetzka. Going to pop the culling and is going to get a chunk of damage onto Hetzka. The shield comes out and he just needs one more auto attack. Kale ult coming down. Not going to prevent a lot of damage because he was already out. And this is going to be a really, really good team fight for the OBS team, who is just going to have a fully exalted Kale and cleaning up this whole kill. She's going to get a triple kill, or a double kill, my bad, for her troubles. And now this is going to be looking like Elder and Baron and everything they want. Whatever they want, they can get it. Oh,
Yep.
Oh, awesome.
It was a triple. Yeah, I mean, this Kale has just become unkillable, basically, at this point. I would say just so strong. I would not want to be in White Lotus' shoes right now. Elder Drake going down. Honestly, they could just walk right over to Baron. I think it'd be fine, but they're going to opt to take a reset. Yep. And, I keep getting tripped up because I see Viella has the White Lotus before their name, but then
Bro, yeah.
there's like I keep thinking White Lotus is blue, but Oversoul is blue, and White Lotus won game 1, so we're at least getting 4 games here.
Yep.
If Oversoul is able to clean this up, which I think they're gonna be able to.
Yeah, bubble really well placed. And
Yeah.
Viella's just going to take that kill, comes in, uses a
Nami
single
just
auto
bubbles
attack.
right on top of herself. Pretty cool. Definitely some clean bubbles out of this Nami. Some really good tidal waves to disengage whenever the numbers weren't right. And this Baron is so free right now.
Yeah, I think if I'm the OBS team, I'm thinking about combinations of putting this Nami or another enchanter in onto the Hexes. Hexes and Electric are really, I think, the MVPs of this game. Obviously, Kappa Crusader is doing an insane job making movement around the map, but I think that this Nami has just been playing really, really well. And they're pushing down this mid tower and inhibitor. They're going to transition this over into the top lane, which is an extremely strong play. Now they have the opportunity to get a really good game ending play and flank if they take out this top tower and push into the rest of this game. One good team fight is going to end the game.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much White Lotus can do with the Baron minions and just how strong OS is right now.
Yeah, we see that tidal wave come out. Kappa not going to be able to get the steadfast presence up immediately. Yuji still going to go down. Hexus in the death realm with Hestica, and that Elder Dragon is going to pop him like a pimple. So that is just going to be one quick kill. Miasma goes on the ground, going to be able to slow them down as well as a Petrifying Gaze, and this is going to be a full wipe
from the OBS team to finish out game number 2 in a very, very commanding fashion. So I mean that's 1-1 right now, and this is we have got quite the series on our hands.
100%. Yep, they really did have a commanding victory there, and even earlier mid game, whenever the gold seemed relatively even, maybe only 1K. I think the Cloud Dragon and just the fact that they had a scaling Kale just eating up those towers on the side lanes, it really just, I mean, a lot of that gold was going over the Kale, who had a really rough early game, but once they get strong like that, it's really, really hard to manage. So really well played from both teams, but I think all the players for Oversoul really had great games there. So
Yeah, definitely a great game by the whole team.
and then on that note, we will go to intermission and come back for draft for game 3.
There's one damn sign about living in the center of the UK. It's the highest rate of radiation on this tiny, pitiful rock. And the fact they never tell you that when your hair starts to fall out, radiation poisoning, it's a secret within. They'll never tell you that about
Cool. So we see some bands coming out immediately. White Lotus going to be dropping out the Azalea ban. We're likely going to see a Viego ban as well from OVS. I mean, they've been dropping it every single time. A Mumu coming out from the first B ban. Volley Bear is going to be the response. But there's been a lot of big hitter champs that you may want to ban if you're either of these teams. I mean, Poppy seemed to be extremely oppressive, and I think that maybe they recognize that, especially with how many dashes they have on their teams in these games. And the Jinx going to be banned out. I love seeing a Jinx ban or a Jinx first pick. It kind of prevents the team from getting just that free Jinx first pick. So we'll see what White Lotus ends up drafting in this B1. So, I mean, if it was me, I personally always go for the ADC first pick, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Misfortune, who has a lot of presence in lane. And with this Misfortune pick, I mean, I want to see them going for that the lethality build. I think that it's just the lethality build is just so much better. You're playing on the ultimate. You're not playing for anything else. Like in lane, like even lethality is going to be really strong as well, regardless. So I think the lethality build on Misfortune is just so strong. And now we're going to see a Braum pick, and this is where White Lotus may be able to say that they picked out a very, very strong counter matchup, and they slammed the Braum. So now White Lotus has the opportunity to get a B2, B3, like Enchanter and Jungler, because they have already immediately picked up that Braum. We're looking at a very, very similar composition to the last game for that OVS is drafting R1, R2, picking up the Braum and Cassiopeia. They both performed extremely well on these champions. And I mean, putting them on them again, this is just, I think, the benefit of an IBSG league is that you're able to do this where like now we've transitioned into a more fearless draft style for the higher elo leagues, but IBSG you're still able to perform and execute on stronger champs, and White Lotus going to follow in suit by drafting their own Hui, who was able to perform exceptionally well in that game one. And now this is, I think they do need to draft their support here. If I was White Lotus, I would maybe draft a Lulu or Milio, something that can maybe mitigate some of the effectiveness that this Braum has. You could even lock in Leona, which used to be like the old tried and true, like, hey, they locked in Braum and there's no enchanters, let's get the Leona in. But we see the Soraka be slammed down. So now we really need some frontline for this White Lotus team. And OVS probably knows that as well as anyone else. So they may opt for the ADC here. They may opt to put it into the last pick if they want to steal away, a kind of bruisery tank pick in the jungle or the top lane. But they will opt to pick up the Tristana on that R3. Second ban phase coming in, we are looking at top and jungle for both of these teams. So a lot of bans will be placed in those two fields. They already got two bans in the jungle from OVS, and they put a Renekton ban, as well as maybe a Mundo or a Scion, maybe something super tanky, because I think that's what White Lotus really lacks and probably needs. A Gwen ban coming from White Lotus to take that away. But I don't think Gwen would be necessarily the strongest pick if you are the OVS team.
Malphite goes hard here, huh?
It definitely could go a little bit hard here. Welcome back. Jarvan gonna get banned out as well. So that's a really strong jungler taken off of the radar. I think that Soraka does have a little bit of trouble dealing with Jarvan because his initiation is just so quick and so effective. So I think that now they need to find another quick engager, and they're gonna lock in the Wukong this time again, so that the Poppy ban that White Lotus went out with actually does end up being unfavorable for them, as this Wukong is able to benefit from the Steadfast presence not being on the Rift this time around. So we see last pick going to be drafting a top laner for OVS, and White Lotus now has to lock in both their jungler and top laner, who are likely going to be melee, as well as kind of bruisery, tanky picks, so that Misfortune and Hui have an opportunity to get their abilities off. And Sejuani is a perfect pick, fits the bill to make sure that Misfortune is able to get a really strong bullet time off during any kind of engage and team fight.
Yeah, they need some setup for the bullet time for sure.
I wonder this
Lacking
last
a little
pick.
bit.
Yeah, I think Ornn would definitely be a strong pick. Ornn, Scion, Malphite, any of these classic tanks, and this might just be a non-pick, so we will have to look at production to see what the chat says. They say Maokai.
Maokai.
So now Red does have the opportunity to make their
Is that
selection.
Sejuani and Maokai? Okay.
Yeah, so they have drafted 2 junglers, one of them in the top lane. I'm hoping it's a Sejuani in the top lane, but obviously I think it's going to be the Maokai.
Is OVS a weird conglomeration of their last game? And wait, did they just steal White Lotus's comp, basically?
No,
Really?
OVS was the one that played Cass, Braum, Tristan, or they Cass
They
and
played
Braum.
They played Cass and Kale, but the Braum and Tristana was White Lotus last game, was it not?
Oh, you're right. And
And the
You're
Wukong.
so right. Yeah, they pillaged that draft from White Lotus.
100%.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that there's going to be a lot of focus on this top lane. Kale is going to be able to farm up very, very well into this Maokai matchup. As long as, I mean, the Maokai Sejuani is not a very strong top lane. The struggle here actually is going to come down to Cassiopeia not having any boots. I think this is a really strong pick if you are White Lotus into the Cass, because you have a very, very heavy AP top half of the map. So and very, very CC filled. So Merc Treads would be extremely strong for Cassiopeia, but she's not going to be able to build those this game, like every game, because she can't build boots.
Right. The boot diff.
Yeah, sometimes Cassiopeia is just OP because she can't get boots, and
Doesn't
I mean
need
this game is a little bit of a disadvantage to not be able to buy them.
Well, that means she has an extra item slot though, which is really
Does.
nice. Doesn't have to spend money on boots.
Definitely doesn't, but I believe the tenacity would just be so helpful, and a little bit more survivability. Doesn't have to waste a whole defensive item slot. Can still just use the utility and move speed of the boots. Can I get a second for the bathroom real quick? Uh-oh. Some sort of censored word was typed into the chat. We're good boys, so we have our chat filter on.
Shirt break.
Who knows? Who knows what that word is?
Right. It could be a number of things. Our dear viewers can't actually see that. We are privileged.
Yeah, totally fine. What's B5? B5 is Maokai.
And for some reason, Sejuani doesn't have a avatar. For what reason? Or an icon, or whatever you would say that is.
Oh, by the way, Dirt and Worms says hi, and that they love you.
That's my goat. Dirt and Worms. I actually, now, there was some people hating on us earlier. At least I have a fan.
Yeah, I actually posted a clip in the other Discord I'm in, and they told me to shut the fuck up. And they spit on me. They sent a video of them. They printed out a picture of my face, and they ripped it in half. And they said, "We want
It'd
more.
be
Say
like
sorry."
that,
It was crazy. I did not expect them to do that to me.
Well, you
I mean, you have a diehard
if you have
fan
haters, if you have haters, then you know you're doing something right.
You
You
just
know what
have
I mean?
such a diehard fan base. It's insane. I can't compete.
I don't know. I mean, you hyped yourself up in chat. You said you were number one.
Like, yeah, I mean, you gotta be I'm my own best friend. I'm my own #1 fan. I'm my own worst enemy. You know, you gotta
That's the
be
way to
all
be.
of them.
You're a nice person. Who?
I have no idea who
Is
Momo
that
the
in
Goat
reply?
Momo is.
That's reply of Merc. He's saying Merc's.
Oh,
We're
Merc
not
is
nice people.
Merc is not that nice. Merc's okay.
Nice isn't the word I would use necessarily.
Yeah,
He's
Definitely
he's
not.
chill. He's real.
He's
mellow,
alright.
I think. He's super mellow guy. That's my impression. Just real mellow.
yeah. I don't. Yeah, kind of like a wet towel. Real
Just a
chill.
soggy towel.
Yeah, that guy's just
Soggy
Just
Towel
there.
Academy.
Merc Esports.
Somebody had to go take a shirt break. So
Yeah.
we have to wait extra long to even get into this game. It's 11:11. Everybody make a wish.
Oh
At
my
least
gosh.
East Coast time.
Yeah. East Coast gang.
East Coast rise up. Wait, I have so many channel points. I should ruin the stream and just claim ad time. Hey, you know what we should do? I think we should do a poll. See, we're tied up, right? 1-1. This is game 3. Am I right, or am I tripping? I think it's 1-1 right now.
It is 1-1. That is
Dude,
correct.
We should do a poll and see what people think. Who's gonna win? Or if you think Oversoul Oasis is gonna win, type 1 in the chat. If you think White Lotus is gonna win, type 2
Mods,
in
can
the
we
chat.
get a Gamba? Mods, Gamba.
All right, we're
There
gonna
we
put
go.
the real poll out. We'll put the real poll out. If you think I'm a W caster, type 1 in the chat. If you think I'm trash, then type 2.
Let's see. High risk investments. There we go. Here we go. Here we
I
go.
can count on Dirt and Worms to. He's got my back. I have a lot. I don't have that many channel points. I think I have like 4,000.
I don't have that many, but I'm
I've
slamming
been-
2K. I'm slamming 2K.
Who will win? All right. Predict with a custom amount. Let's go. You put 2K down.
Oh yeah. I'm
That's
dropping
big.
2K on OVS.
What can you? Oh, you can get power-ups and stuff. What do we use our channel points? What kind of rewards do we have? Oh, we have
You
like
can cut the
message
internet out
highlights.
of certain people. You can cut out
you
Merc's
can
internet for
DDoS.
10 minutes. You can DDoS Merc for 20 minutes.
Guys, you can use your Merc points to like for ads and stuff. You know that, right? So that it's worth betting, guys.
100%. 100%. I've seen a lot of support for White Lotus. 4K down. What are the last 2 picks? The last 2 picks are Sejuani and Maokai.
Yeah,
Can you
but
make
only
somebody run it down, maybe?
here's the thing though. There's 4 people voting for White Lotus, and there's only 1 person voting for OVS. So we have 22 people watching. So a lot of people just don't give a fuck. They're like, nah.
I've
Guys,
seen some
vote.
cowards in chat. Yeah, I can tell these people don't gamble in real life.
They probably have it on like second monitor. A lot of these people are just like playing on their first monitor, watching on
Yeah,
the
I'm
second monitor.
really,
Guessing.
really sad that this is a best of 5 because I would be at the casino right now.
Casino would be great.
Oh yeah. Whoa, OBS baby, let's go.
Yep. See, no pinks does not want ad time. Is that wait? Does that get rid of an ad, or does it just add an ad for you? It adds an ad. You pay to watch an ad. That's hilarious.
hype.
That is hype. Honestly, if I wasn't doing this right now, I'd probably be sitting on my couch eating chips and watching like a sitcom or something.
I like dipping
So-
Cheetos puffed into sour cream and onion and French onion dip and sour
it get-
cream.
That sounds really good.
I've never tried it, but like talking about it, I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
I've just been munching on I got these generic like grocery store buffalo chicken chips. And they're pretty good. I've been enjoying that. I don't know if anybody's maybe people know Giant Eagle. They're Giant Eagle chips.
Look at giant eagle chips.
Giant Eagle chips, man.
Again.
Honestly, they're so much cheaper. It was like $3 for a bag of chips, but then like the party size Doritos are like $8 or something. Like it was like $6 or something. I'm like, holy shit! Like it's just a bag of chips, man.
Yeah, that's wild.
Merc is saying there is a cooldown on the ad times.
Yeah, you cannot run ads back to back to back to back. You have a cooldown for them. Otherwise, streamers would just sit there and just run ads the whole time, and everyone in chat would be like, "That's funny, that's awesome," and then it's like, bro,
It's so counterproductive. Somebody could literally sit there and just troll. Like, just imagine a Baron fight coming up, and then somebody's just like, it's ad break time. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So nine people participated in the poll. Looks like 6 people, 6-3 for White Lotus. The funny part is I actually like OVS's draft so much more, but I think team spirit wise, people want to see White Lotus win.
you're such a brand loyalist. You are such a bandwagoner.
Me?
Yeah,
I just vote for the
you're
underdog.
such a bandwagoner, dude.
Nah, I'm a contrarian.
You've been glazing White Lotus this whole time. In production chat, this dude is like talking about how he actually put real money down on the White Lotus. It's insane.
Who is it? Let me see. You don't have to say it.
You. Say sorry's been like say sorry. We have our own little production chat, and he's been dropping like
Listen,
$10 here and there. It's insane.
listen. You gotta make it interesting. We don't get paid to do this, so anything we can do to up the stakes is it makes it a little bit like less painful. But for real,
Yeah, that is
actually,
true.
I enjoy it. I enjoy doing this a lot, but it is a commitment. Like every this is like a time slot, the time off. It's a 5-game thing. Like this is my night, guys. So I'm
Yeah,
sacrificing
exactly.
my night for you guys. Even if some of you think it's L casting or whatever, hey, we're here for you to broadcast the game. At least you can see what's going on.
We're gonna actually pass this over to production so that they can put our Venmos up on the screen. Y'all make sure you give us like $2-3 here or there. We really need it. We want it. Just make sure you are paying us. And I'm being told we don't have our Venmos up.
It'd be great to get a donation for a pack of smokes. Maybe.
Yeah,
A
because you guys
pizza.
could pay for our cigarettes.
Ugh. Nah, it's all in the spirit. And we are actually we didn't even take a break that time. We are just talking all the way through. Look at
Yapping.
that. That's great.
Nice little yap sesh.
And we're just gonna have a moment while production gets everything ready. Did you zoom out?
Yeah.
Good shit. Okay. This is game 3, tied up 1-1. Oversoul Oasis versus White Lotus Azalea. We have White Lotus on the blue side and Oversoul on the on the red side. That is correct. Both teams are looking to do standard 5-point here. We did have some shenanigans game 1 and 2 by White Lotus, but it looks like this time they're looking to just do the chill thing.
Yeah, I think maybe both teams are happy to just chill out, realizing that maybe this best of 5 is they don't need to get these big ticket plays in these in the first couple of seconds of the game.
Yeah, they're doing something different every time. White Lotus is, which I think is really smart because it kind of just they're being unpredictable, which is good. I think always doing a 5-point is kind of lame because it's like nothing happens for the first minute and a half of the game.
Yeah, it just depends on the draft. Do the casters do weddings?
Yeah.
We can cast your wedding, yeah. And now we're seeing both of these minions come in. The first Winter's Bite gonna be landing straight onto that minion.
Solid. That's the best Brom Q I've seen in a minute.
Yep. Now we see there's actually a pretty good matchup for both sides. Maokai doesn't have an exceptionally difficult time landing into the Kale, and Kale doesn't have too bad of a time landing into the Maokai. Mutual beneficial laning right here. Oh, we actually see the
Level 2
phase
coming
rush.
out.
Yeah, wow. Level 2 advantage from bot side.
Getting a
phase
little
rush.
damage down on the Soraka, and also it looks like they were able. Wow, first blood came out mid lane just like that.
Yeah, I did not expect that phase rush to come in as clutch as it did. Able to stick on top of Renegade that whole time. Wow.
Dirt and Worms, you're a minor, so I can't be your bride, at least not right now.
Bruh. Bro.
Bruh.
Holy. That's the first person on social media and like YouTube and Twitch to ever say that.
Theoretically. I don't think I'm ever gonna get married again either, Dirt, but we can, I don't know. We could be like FWBs or something potentially. Theoretically.
Grandparents got married at 13. We're seeing a big
Huge
gank from
play.
Yuji wrapping around the backside of this bot side, and the Braum is, kind of stuck behind enemy lines right now. So
But
him
we
getting
have
out of there is going to
Wukong
be very,
here.
very rough. And I mean, Kappa Crusader here to save the day. Not only save the day, but maybe benefit from this. Electric gonna have to flash out. Is gonna get locked up by Yuji. And a rocket jump on
Huge
top of
engage.
Yuji is gonna be just about one more auto attack from Death. Captain Crusader able to get in on top of that, and Hex is gonna lock down Lullaby with concussive blows from Electric, and now it's Electric again behind enemy lines. This man is
Living dangerously.
yeah. Oh,
This
he's
Brahm's
been on the
looking to
blue side of the
execute or
map.
back. Soraka's sniffing around. Might be able to stop this Braum back. Flashes for it.
Oh, flash silence, able to secure this stop. One more banana coming in,
Banana!
and it's gonna get the kill with that one.
Really awesome. Sniff out there. Had to flash. Flash warded for it, but definitely worth. I mean, got a kill for Misfortune there. Got a kill for the Soraka. We're
Yeah,
scaling.
absolutely.
That's Bandle Glass mirror. Wouldn't have had Bandle Glass before.
Renegade popping out, getting that fear off immediately, able to deal some damage to Kappa, who is actually just going to clone himself out of there, go back to full clearing his own jungle. And the Electric actually coming into the mid lane right now.
I don't know what he's doing there.
He's
Bailing out Nyx because Nyx has no mana and wants to get this reset off. He can't push in.
Mm.
So I think this is just a bit of a bailout and forces Renegade to
And Nyx got
concede
the
the
walk to
wave.
Narnia. This way could stop the back, and really, they're just doing the mutual benefit thing here, though.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very smart play. Especially when, like, if the mid laner called for that, I really, really respect that call and the adherence to it from Electric. Really, really smart play.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting to see that. I was really confused why he was there, but it makes sense. CT takes the other series 3-0, though game 3 is a bit of controversy due to a DC.
Oh, wow. Who were the other two playing? It was
Wow.
CT and
Coachless Tyranny.
is it the Keg Killers or were they out?
I'd have to look at the schedule. Let me see.
Yeah, I completely forgot.
Coach's Tyranny and AIE Dynasty.
Oh, the Dynasty team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, 3-0 is pretty convincing though, even with a little bit of a controversy. Yeah, the 160p resolution is just peak quality for the middle of the ocean. Are you talking about our stream, Moby? Because I mean, there's definitely been some spikes of quality in there, but in general,
we're seeing a
it's pretty
dragon
good.
fight right now. Numbers advantage is going to be
Huge.
going over to White Lotus, and they're actually going to be able to go
Uh-oh.
2 for 2 right here. At least not maybe in this immediate engage, but
Nyx,
across the map.
though.
And now Nyx is going to be stepping in there. Hexes as well. Rocket Jump. Lullaby Woe is going to have to back out a little bit. That red buff is going to slow them, but it's not going to be enough. Misfortune just has those high heels on, and those are just going to be stepping.
I think Misfortune is dead here.
Yeah,
Ooh.
risky business going on.
That was insane.
I love the attempt. They got
Yeah.
spirit.
Yeah, it was something. I mean, if she had hit the ability, or if the cast had hit the ability, sorry, I'm not trying to gender anybody, but if the cast had hit the ability, would it have killed? What time is it over there in the Bahamas? Who's in the
Cass,
Bahamas?
Cass did hit, but she
Oh,
just was out of range. Oh, Moby's in the Bahamas. What a flex.
how do you keep your computer dry? Lol. So what's the state of this game? Looking pretty even bot lane. This Cass is, I mean, Nyx is really good on Cass. This is what I'm learning right now.
Yeah, it's looking like maybe they're going to need to start banning this out if this series pushes into these
Honestly,
next two games, or even just this next one. And the Viella was able to get a solo kill on the Maokai in the top lane after picking up level 6, getting that range. Able to finalize a kill. Really, really
wow.
strong. But Nyx is getting actually he's collapsed on by Hestica coming down from the top lane into a gank, as well as Yuji coming in with their Sejuani on that board. That is going to be just a real quick shutdown going over to Renegade, and they're trying to feed their mid laner as well.
Yeah, really big shutdown of 500 gold for the way. Um, definitely, definitely looked good on it before. I think he played it last game, right? Or game one, but they looked really well. Looked really good on the way. So,
Yeah, game
um,
one.
Wei is such a good in the proper conditions. Such a good team fighter. Has a lot of AOE damage. Um, a lot of utility with those shields too, and good stuff. Really good champion. Really cool design.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my more favorite champions to come out in the recent kind of patches and years.
Hestica doing something up here. Just getting a little trade onto Viola's Kale. Those Qs are starting to pack quite a punch. And
Yeah, that is going to always be the case. Maokai's Qs are just massive.
we're in that state of the game. There's just nothing, no objectives up for quite a bit here, huh?
Yeah, not much to really look for. Yuji is stuck up in this bot brush looking for a lane gank. And Braum jumping in is going to be a perfect opportunity to show themselves. Going to be able to get their permafrost off, but not going to be able to secure the kill. Glacial Prison goes down and is actually going to finalize the kill onto the Braum, but the bullet time just did not connect long enough. Maybe a little bit of a disconnect in communication on how CC'd that Braum was going to be.
Well,
But
it did burn the Braum flash, but the Tristana was able to jump out of it. Because it did look good for a second, but you have to take into account that they have those tools to be able to get out.
yeah, absolutely. We see Hui actually stuck inside of the miasma. Next cat able to get some damage, but without the Conqueror, her damage is actually going to be a little bit lacking compared to usual. That phase rush not going to be adding any more damage, and being stuck on top of that molten fissure is going to really be a problem when you are trying to get these long extended trades into Renegade, who is going to get collapsed on by Kappa Crusader and Electric. Cyclone going to be knocking them up. Yuji going to be walking away. Glacial Fissure on top of the Cyclone. Soraka Ultimate is going to give them that last wish, able to give them a little bit more time, but not going to be able to save them from that Kappa Crusader Wukong.
Wow. Big play mid.
Yeah, a
Big
lot
play.
happening.
We still have turret platings. I feel like this game's been on for quite a while, but we are only 12 minutes into this game, and it's looking like a very even game for the most part. However, again, we do have that scaling Kale, like Doomsday threat, I would say, and a dragon already to the side of Oversoul. So I'm wondering how White Lotus will respond, because I think that they probably recognize that they don't want to give those dragons over again. Um, because that's just rough, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. This game probably does. I think this is what they call time dilation. This game just feels like it's been going on a little bit longer, but it's only been 10 minutes, as you said. Well, 12 minutes now, but that is just the effects of time dilation. We're getting older. We have more of a reference for time. This is a
Right.
very existential game series going on.
It really is, and this is quite a banger. And I mean, with both these teams coming into this, we kind of knew that was going to be the case because they've just been performing very well against their counterpart teams. So, I mean, this is almost like the final before the final. I mean, it is the semifinal, but these teams could have easily both been in the finals, I think.
Oh, 100%, especially with the way that they're playing right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's still certain things for sure that you would see in lower elo, but I mean, in general, they're playing pretty solidly. Mostly just some CS numbers would probably they could bring up their CS a little bit more.
Yeah, a bit of an early trigger on that Cyclone from the Wukong, not able to connect onto anything. Is going to still force the flash from Lullaby of Woe. That Glacial Fissure is going to slide right in between, and a
Huge bullet
huge bullet time.
time.
Yeah, the Brom door goes up and is going to block a little bit of it, but Electric's still going to be caught out by that Despair of the Hui. And I mean, that is going to be a lot of kills going over to this White Lotus team. A full wipe, 4 for
Wow.
0.
Really big
strong.
ultimates between the bullet time and the spiraling despair there. Just absolutely massive gold shift there, and just like really good timing to get there before the Cassiopeia could get there. Or well, I guess the cast was there, but the cast got taken out early. Still,
Yeah.
those like really big circular and cone shaped ults are tough when you're grouped up like that.
Yeah, and we actually get a fight for the first tower, but Viola's not going to be able to actually compete against the Misfortune. I mean, outside of that, that is a very well-fed and farmed Kale. 140, you're hitting 10 CS a minute.
Oh
Solo
wow,
tower.
the boots haven't gone either way yet, have they? And it doesn't look. Maybe. Oh no, it does look like White Lotus has claimed the boots.
Yeah, White Lotus
TP coming
has
in.
finished it.
Renegade able to put down some slows. Braum is eating up a lot of this damage, but Yuji and Lullaby are just going to chase them down. We don't have the bullet time up quite yet, just getting a crap ton of damage on the back end of that trade with Renegade able to hit Hex there.
Yeah, I
Not
think a
able to
really
secure the
good
kill.
presence of mind from Hexes was able to get their charge shot off. And or explosive charge, able to refresh their rocket jump and escape from there. I think if they didn't get that refresh, they might have been dead.
That is one thing about Tristana is they do have the tools to go in and go out of fights as long as they can get those charges on that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, this Misfortune is 4-0 right now. Has the BT working on? I can't tell you what this next item is. Maybe a collector, but I mean, usually you see the collector go first, so I'm not quite sure the build path here.
Looks like collector.
Yeah, but...
Could be Essence Reaver. Does Essence Reaver
Oh,
have
yeah. Maybe. No, it doesn't have a
doesn't
pickaxe.
have a pickaxe?
Does it? I don't know. You play
I don't
ADC.
I don't really buy I don't go that build. I go lethality and misfortune. But
Yeah.
I think it might be Essence Reaver.
Maybe chat can enlighten us. As we see White Lotus going for this Rift Herald, so that is going to be handily taken by them, as well as transitioned likely into the mid lane to take this tier 1 and open up the jungle of this OVS team. 5-man mid, and I mean,
Yeah, just
they're
drop it.
likely gonna, yeah. But perhaps they want to save it for a cross map play in line with the next
Could be.
dragon. But
Save it
where
for
we're
tier 2.
seeing, yeah, we're seeing this Kale in the bot lane able to get the next tower as well, but at the cost of a second tower in the mid lane. I honestly might not agree with this play because it is so much split gold.
amongst 5 members. A tier 2 tower is so strong if you're able to get it onto 1 or 2 people, but splitting that 700 gold amongst your whole team like that, I think is just very inefficient. It is very strong to get the T2, but I don't know what they're going to be able to do with this much space that they've created. They need to make a play on the top half of the map if they want to utilize this
Right.
fully.
Also, the fact that Kale is just becoming an absolute monster silently, almost, right? I mean,
Yeah,
look at the
100%. Level
100,
12.
yeah, 10 CS a minute, looking one kill. Um, yeah, there is actually an Umble Glaive build for Misfortune right now. I was saying that the last time I was casting, or the time before that, that I was gonna play Umbral Glaive Misfortune, just
I
because it's
did see
so
that.
quick. I mean, it's a really cheap item.
Well, I think that's something that they really struggle to balance though, is like lethality items. Like you see like Collector has to be like put through a lot of hoops because it's so strong on ADCs. It's such a gold efficient item. Gives you crit, gives you damage, gives you lethality, which is just going to increase your damage. And then like the fact that they're able to
You could
build, and I
sell it
mean,
later. You could
yeah,
sell it
that's
too.
true.
That's what I played it for shits and giggles. I was playing support Misfortune, and I sold it later on, and bought a Trinity Force or something. Like, I had so
Yeah.
much gold, it was
Yeah.
crazy.
We see
Yeah.
Renegade actually get caught out. The Petrifying Gaze connects and is able to stun him up and get a lot of damage off. He does fear Nyx while they have their phase rush active, so they run away extremely fast. But Capital Crusader was there to help secure that kill. 110 CS a minute? Nah,
I don't know.
he ain't
Did
built
I?
like
Is that
that.
what I said? I might have said that. I think I meant to say just 10,
Oh,
10 CS a minute.
insane CS numbers.
I did watch a video of a Tryndamere get 34 CS a minute, though. It was really cool.
Oh man, this tower is not going to be enough to save this Hui.
Ooh.
Electric actually going to go down for that, but that is going to be a dead Hui and an almost dead tower. But White Lotus goes into the top half of the map, takes out the tier 1, and looking to take out this tier 2. Petrifying Gaze going to land onto all of them. Viela is able to get a lot of value out of their ultimate and a lot of damage down. Going to be chasing down this team, and then we're seeing a bullet time come out. Not going to be able to take full
That
kill,
was
but Yuji
sketchy.
is going to be going down.
That was super
Very, very
sketchy.
close.
They need to get out of there. Cassiopeia's looking. I think they're caught. I don't know.
That
No,
is that
they
is
get out.
some. Yeah, that Misfortune's got that strut going. That is a very, very fast Misfortune.
Yeah, that's true.
And on top of that, I mean, they're able to pick up this dragon.
See, the thing is a Cass potentially could have walked over and passed the Gromp and then caught them while they were trying to back. What's game 3 score right now? It
It is
is
8-0. 8-0, Moby.
right. Uh, it's 13 for blue, 12 for red. The gold is virtually even now.
Yep. This is, I mean, it really is going to come down to, again, I think how they close this game out, because if they don't close out on either side, I think it's just going to go over to the OVS team with this Kale, who's
Yep.
breaking that 200 CS.
Yeah, I think the Kale's gonna win the game for them. If they can't push their lead,
This
if they
is a
can't
very, very scary position for the Braum, who ends up getting caught out immediately. Door goes up, but it's not enough. That door actually
Wow.
fell straight back onto him.
I think the Wei damage is just going straight through and just melting Braum. Wei's just doing so much damage right now, it's insane.
Yep, and that's going to be a free Atacon for the White Lotus team, but this is
Well, it's not
likely.
necessarily free.
Yeah,
Tier
this is going to
2
be a very, very big trade for this Tristana and this Kale
and the
to pick
Kale.
up towers. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Gonna get the
I don't think that
Atacon.
was worth it for. Honestly, I would rather have 2 tier 2s, I think.
And there's that like benefit of getting 700 gold solo onto the Kale,
Oh
splitting
yeah.
700 gold between the Wukong and the Tristana in the mid lane. I mean, this Kale is just getting hyper scaled and fed. This is going to be a Rabadon's finished up and went on their next back. They just took blue buff. They just took Gromp. I mean, this Kale has
Rabbit-dabba-doo.
everything they want. Yeah, this is
You don't even fight the Kale. You have to fight their whole team and then fight the Kale, I think.
yeah, this is a very, very scary team to play into. And they just need to get more picks like they did against Electric, but likely not against Electric. I think that maybe they're worth a little bit less gold than uh, anyone else on the team.
Um, Production, your taskbar is blocking the supports for me. Ah, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, production's making mistakes again. That's fine.
Gosh darn it. How could they?
Kappa Crusader actually getting caught. Hestica able to follow with that twisted advance. It goes straight through even if you pop out that clone. Door going down to save the life of Kappa Crusader, who is going to cyclone himself out of there. Beyblade straight into his own bottom side jungle and gets his reset off.
I like how Kale just walked down there and then they just scattered and Kale's like, okay, I go back top now.
Yep, this Kale has
So scary.
transcended being in the game. They are playing farming simulator. They walk, they see there's nothing, they take their teammates' Krugs, and I'm gladly giving this Kale my Krugs. I'm gladly giving this Kale anything they want.
Oh yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I mean that's just a free carry.
All right, looks like we're gonna have round 2 here. Glacial Prison comes out, is able to lock down Cassiopeia, but here comes Kale now, and we'll see how this goes for White Lotus.
He's gonna take a lot of damage from that Spiraling Despair locked onto the Braum. Kale walks straight into that.
Lot of damage comes out, but nobody falls, and a lot of ultimates used on the side for White Lotus. With this dragon coming up, that could be kind of disastrous. Although the only ultimate I'm seeing is for the Kale right now. On both top laners have their ultimates. Nobody else does. Oh, there's
Yeah,
Bull time's coming up now. Buster shot's coming up.
yeah, I think this is to the advantage of White Lotus if they're able to get trades like this. Even if they don't get any kills, they still have their Soraka, who should not be taking any damage and should be able to heal everyone up. Um, so likely, this dragon is going to be a very, very important fight. Um, just because it's the next objective on the map. It's the next time these teams are going to meet each other. And Hestica is going to have to get a really good TP off if they want to be valuable in this fight. They are on the opposite side of the map. I think they do one more wave because right now they're not contesting the dragon immediately. So he's actually going to walk down um, and not use his teleport. This gives them quite a bit of time. Um,
Ooh,
and
flank.
I think it's a little bit too much time because now this teleport's going to be a little bit too late and a double kill for the Cassiopeia. Maokai's going to have to pop the Stranglethorns or Nature's Grasp to
Just to get out.
get himself out. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
And that dragon just melts instantly. Yeah, that was a really good play for Kappa Crusader to cyclone in onto the grouped up carries for White Lotus. Really, really not great positioning there, or like awareness of what was going to happen there. And this is just going to be a free Baron as well.
Yeah, Kale is almost level 16. They have 0 deaths. They've been in a lane pretty much this whole time, picking up CS. So this is exactly how you want the game to go. They're gonna reset. Kale is likely gonna go top, and everyone else is gonna go bot, or mid. But that's how I would probably play it, just because that wave needs to be pushed out. Um, I mean, this is very, very favorable if you're in the OBS team.
Oh yeah. Chubby Chernobyl in the chat. Kale ban inbound after this game. Yeah, I would say um they 100% need to ban this champion right now because I would even ban Wukong, honestly.
Yeah, but then you open up a lot of the other bands that they tried to take away. I think they ban out the
Right.
Azalea. They try to ban out Amumu. A Volley Bear. Like Kappa, I think is like a Volley Bear player or something.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, you
we
can only
see.
ban so many champions, but yeah, I mean that Wukong alone won that fight, that last one at least, and then like, I mean, the Kale is just so strong right now. It doesn't even matter. This
Yeah,
game's pretty much
here's a
over.
little bit of like the problems that I see with like these teams. And this is like even in my fucking bad Emerald League like rankings. Like the Baron is just not being utilized. Like it's taking so long to get into these lanes, and Kappa Crusader actually has to flash out, is getting caught out at these Raptors. And like the question you got to ask is, where does Baron work? Does Baron work on these jungle camps, or does it work on the minion wave? And Tristana gonna jump over the wall. Hex is able to get a little bit out of there, but Kappa Crusader is gonna get a huge cyclone. A Kale ultimate gonna be landing on top of everybody, and this is gonna be a very clean fight
This is
from
it.
the OVS team, and it's looking like this might be game with
I,
the full Baron wave.
you know, you're that Braum was just baited out the whole White Lotus team into the middle of the lane, into like where the wolves are basically, and then right from behind you have Wukong cycloning in, you have Kale and everybody else. It's like White Lotus just completely forgot that they could get flanked again, making the same, like a very similar mistake two team fights in a row, and that is going to be it for game 3. 2 wins over to Oversoul. That, yeah, White Lotus needs to potentially think about their flank angles, because
Yeah,
I think that's really what happened in those games.
these bans are going to be very important in this upcoming game to figure out what they need to do to
Mm.
effectively come back into the game. Like, what are they going to
Do you,
ban out? What are they going to keep?
what do you have the bans up? What were the bans for White Lotus this game? Okay, Aurelion Soul, Volibear, and Poppy. So I'm thinking they'll probably get rid of the Aurelion Soul and put Kale there. That would
Yeah,
be
it's
my assumption.
I think it's very hard to deal with some of these kind of champs, especially like in the IBSG league, because they are inherently strong picks, because games do tend to drag out and you don't get punished for playing these scaling champs. Um, so like Aurelion Soul, Cassiopeia, Kale, they're able to get this scale in because they're just not getting punished as effectively as they would in a higher ranking game.
Dirt and Worms just got paid out in chat. 26.8k
Oh yeah.
points. Huge.
I got 4K.
I 1500.
Is what it is. It
It's
happens.
all right. I got to root for the underdogs.
Most gamblers quit before they win it big.
That is also true, and I know that from a lot of experience. Let's just say that I'm still
Yeah.
waiting for my big payout.
Oh, it's coming. You just got to keep going.
I mean, I just keep putting money in, and eventually I gotta win big, right?
Exactly. The more you lose, the bigger your win. If you're in league, if you're on a
That's
losing
right.
streak, you're going to hit a winning streak eventually. So like if you like lose 10 games, you're likely going to win 20 games.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking for that big payout, that 100 bagger. That's what I need.
Trying to
Oh,
see exactly what's going on. Hopefully I can get I don't think I've had a big losing streak in a while. I'm hoping that I get one and it pushes me into diamond, and then I can be cool.
wait, you're in ranked right now in Emerald? Emerald what?
I'm Emerald 2. I just hit Emerald 2 right now, or last game that I
Oh,
played.
hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've slowed down my climb because my team has signed up for Gladiator and they have a plat 4 cap. So I'm only playing like 3 games a week right now, kind of elo sitting, if you would say.
Elo sitter, dude.
Elo sitter here, but for real, my peak rank is plat 4, so I'm not, and I just got there this season, so I'm not elo sitting until it's my first time elo sitting, I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's that bad. I just want to play an IBSG one more time before I'm forever done with it.
I didn't ever get to play an IBSG. That pisses me off.
Damn.
I would have been an IBSG god. I'm getting a voice changer. I'm getting a new account. I am ruining competitive
Honestly,
integrity.
you could. I mean, it's so hard to really track that kind of stuff. But again, like a lot of leagues, you need like a level 100 account with so many games and yada yada yada. Like you'd have to buy an
Bro, level
account.
100?
Yeah, actually, you need a level 200 account, and then sometimes they grant a level 100 with like like you have to like appeal it basically for Titan. And then
That's
you need
actually
to,
absurd.
yeah, and they have like for each season, if you don't have like 100 games, you need to like maintain like a 10 ranked or like 9 ranked games per week or something like that. There's a lot of specific rules to help dissuade somebody from putting the commitment into like smurfing in a league like that, which I think is really good. But they don't have a climb. If you're in and you play your like once you make it past the first week, you can climb. However, but they still have like a yeet clause as well. So
That's kind of like stupid, I think. I don't know. I mean, I'm new to this stuff. I just started doing this shit this year, like pretty much only commentating. I tried to do coaching. I failed as a coach because I made one mistake and then I didn't try to fix it. I just kind of like said, that's it, I quit. Eventually I want to coach, but I definitely am not a coach for, I think, IBSG. I'm more of a higher elo coach, but like it's so wild to me, some of these stipulations um that are in place, like how many games you have to play. Like that's absurd. 10 games a week, like, dude, what if I don't got the time?
yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I guess I guess the thing is if you're playing in leagues and stuff, it's kind of expected that you're a pretty consistent player, right? I don't know. And there are other leagues that don't have as hard requirements. But I think if you have over 100 games in a prior season, it's only like three games a week, and it goes up to like 7 um if you have like over like a 60% win rate or something. Like you have to like they want you to play like a lot of games basically. I don't know, it's something like
Mm,
that.
that's wild.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is wild stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, just like
If I'm playing in a competitive team, like so like for me, it's it's like so let's say I play like Overwatch, like because I've done Overwatch team. Like if I'm playing like um on a competitive team, like so like this fucking 5 stack versus solo queue, like that's a completely different game. Like it's just completely different. Like I don't know. In
Are
my
you
mind, it just
saying
doesn't make
like that's
sense.
why you like competitive better than
Yeah, I
solo
would
queue?
rather I
Yeah.
would rather play more competitive than solo queue. Like if I'm like sitting there and like I'm playing like draft picks or I'm doing like customs and like actual games, like or like if I'm not playing that much except for my like matches, like I feel like that should be like I don't know. I
Here's
feel like that should be
here's the
fine.
thing though. Here's the thing though, especially in I don't think it's as much of a problem whenever you're in platinum or emerald as like all the players have a better idea of what they're doing, but right? But if you're an IBSG and your team's like silver average, gold average, and then you have somebody on the other team who's smurfing, it's disgusting. Like how unfair it is really. And that's and like let's say you are just an average gamer or like a lower, maybe you're like new and you jump in the competitive scene and your team just gets absolutely demolished because like there are elo sitters or smurfs on the other teams, it's like super discouraging. So on the other side of things, it's really like that can be really demoralizing. But yeah, I mean, it comes with the territory because honestly, it's really hard to to completely get rid of that happening, right? People,
Yeah,
I
no,
mean, it's
definitely.
so easy to fake it, right? I think it would be really easy to just buy an account for $20 that has games on it and join a league, like and whatever, like if I like why not noob stomp, right? Like it feels good, right? Sometimes it feels good to just shit on some people in a game and have a really good team, but yeah.
No, I think it's stupid. I mean, like, cause I came from like a different league. Like my work had like a points league, and like it was basically like, let's say it was like there were three high elo teams, like all of them were like Diamond Masters, and then there were three like IBSG teams essentially. And it's just like, to me, like if I'm on one of those high elo teams, I'm like, this is so boring. I would not want to stomp in a game or like even carry in a game against like bronze or like IBSG. It just feels like, I don't know. It feels pointless. I think anyone that thinks that gets satisfaction out of smurfing in IBSG is, I don't know, a coward. Like it just doesn't make sense.
I don't know. I could see it's just fun. Like I haven't personally done it, but like whenever I've played in bronze games since being gold or platinum, it's like it's just kind of silly to see the mistakes that are made, and then it just gives you like it is helpful too because like you can tone up what you're doing too. So like you're basically able to try to play a perfect game. So that's the way like I would see it. Like if I was gonna smurf, like my goal is to play as perfectly as possible because the conditions to play perfectly are there. Meanwhile, if you are playing at your rank, it's really hard to have a perfect game because you're like if you walk up for a minion, like you're gonna get traded on and stuff. Meanwhile, in bronze and silver, like that doesn't really happen all that much. Um, so I don't know. Different strokes for different folks. I wouldn't really do. I wouldn't really do it, but I'd buy an account just to play an iron for fun. I think it would be a good time.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Just to mess with
it-
people.
Here's like the other hard part is like I've tried to get to Iron. Like I have another account that like I play Garen only on, but like prior to that I was like, oh, I want to see how low I can get the rank, and I tried to like pretty much just sit in my own lane and do my own thing. Who won game 3 OVS? I tried to do my own thing and just play the game like without interacting and just like farm and take towers, and like I was like barely like interacting with my team or the enemy team. And the game was it I didn't know how. Like the game just kind of didn't have any flow to it. It was just like at one point my team was winning and then we would lose, or like we were losing really hard and then we win. I think the lower
Oh
elo
yeah.
you go, it's insane how like flip-floppy these matches are. Like at like
Yeah.
bronze, silver, it's just like any decision can just become I think the casters are kind of cute and have very handsome voices, TBH, like Magic Mike, but for
Wow.
voices.
That is super sweet. Thank you,
Bro, I've
Rocky.
never heard that. Thank you.
We're just having like this off-topic conversation, but I think it's better than just going to commercial break, where it's kind of more entertaining, I guess. There wasn't a slash s, so that felt really heartfelt. It wasn't
Yeah, they definitely
sarcasm.
meant it. I'm going to
Yeah.
bed thinking of Rocky tonight.
100%. It makes it all worth it. Um, yeah. But also there are people who do like content and they'll do like the unranked to challenger or whatever. So like I mean they're like I watched Saber and he was playing in bronze today or like yesterday and he was just doing like educational, like this is how you win a bronze game. And like I mean he was playing on roll, so he's playing ADC, but he's like yeah, even if the game goes south, even if it is like a bronze or silver game as ADC, like it's still losable, even though I'm literally a challenger. Like so, it also depends on role as well.
I mean, like, I think ADC is a completely different case, though, because ADC and solo queue is so dependent on your team. That's why you see a lot of like
Yeah,
people pick mages because they have agency, but because you
yeah,
have no agency as an ADC, you just like are at the whims of your team. So like, it's just way harder to actually like climb as an ADC.
Right, and a lot of times you like ADC Smurfs will also just do OQ, and so they'll do the support and ADC or like ADC and jungle, and if you can Giga Stomp lane with like a okay. Anyway, we are heading into draft here, and Viego coming out, Jinx coming out. I wonder if we will see that Kale ban. Or maybe the Kale steal.
Yeah, we're seeing Volley Bear ban as well. I mean, it might be a Kale ban, might be an Azalea ban. They're actually going to opt for the Wukong this time around.
I like the Wukong ban.
Yeah, that champion's cancer as shit. That's one of my most hated jungle picks.
Yeah, definitely hard, especially when you're a Jinx one streak.
Right, yeah.
That's got to be like the hardest one to deal with.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Okay, Lucian. I wonder if we see R1 Kale here, because I think that's what I would do, honestly.
I try to take
Unless
that
they're
away
gonna-
from them because they might be
Hell
looking
yeah.
for it. Yeah, like with OVS drafting this Lucian, it's a very, very strong early game pick. They're going to look for some kind of scaling, and it might be that Kale might be the Cassiopeia. So they have a lot of decisions to make here on how they're going to deal with these two lanes.
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, the Cassiopeia is manageable, but when that Kale just has been out of control these past two games, more so than the. I mean, the Cass has been good, but I think it's been. More
Yeah,
out of control.
I think they had a couple of adjustments to the Vi. I almost want to see Vi or Jarvan picked up just because they have very reliable engage tools and initiation to like lock up champs like that cast, like the Kale, and just maybe get an effective kill. We see the Kaisa locked in, which is another great pick. I love Kaisa in any kind of match. I think she's just a great ADC at all times.
I bet you. I'm interested now. I want to look at the win rates. Because I bet that Kale's win rate probably went up this past patch.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, OVS picking up Braum again. I don't know how good it is. I mean, it's another dash with the Lucian on top of the dash, so that steadfast presence from Poppy, the value is going up every single time they pick a champion that has any dash or mobility.
Kale is the 13th highest win rate right now, with a 53.3%.
Oof, that is.
It's pretty high,
Yeah, I think that's.
especially for a late game champ like that.
I'm looking at the stream. Production put a cooldown of the ad timers.
Is that
A
what the
trundle
3
pick.
is in the middle? Gotcha.
So they have a 30-second cooldown, or 30-second ad, 1-minute ad, 3-minute ad. Wow. So the Trundle being locked in, this kind of dissuades a lot of tankier picks because he's able to kind of stat check. Like this is a very stat checky top
Mordekaiser.
laner. And Mordekaiser comes in, and I think both
That
of
could
these
be Trundle in the jungle, though.
that is always an opportunity, and they look like they're thinking that it's a Trundle in the middle. I mean, even Gwungle could be an option, so they ban out the Gwen. I don't know if this guy plays Gwungle, but
No. So the top laner is like a Gwen OTP on Oversoul. But
Gotcha,
their
gotcha.
Kale looks just as good though, so they did get the Kale ban out thankfully there, so at least that's something.
yeah, they ban away the Victor. I'm not sure who else they're gonna ban away. I mean, it's gonna be tough. They have a mid laner and a support. It looks like. I mean, Poppy could be going into that support position, but I think it's gonna be put into the jungle again. Irelia banned out. I guess
Why?
the mid laner also plays Irelia.
Oh,
I completely forget that Irelia can play in the
I
mid
forgot.
lane.
I forgot that. Yeah, I forgot that they played mid lane. That's Rye, right? Renegade is Rye. Yeah, they played some Aurelia.
So R4 is going to be coming in. Is it going to be the mid laner or is it going to be the support?
right.
We will see. That's a Nefiri.
Beautiful.
They did get a little bit of a nerf. Actually, I think it was
They
only
did.
jungle. Maybe no, mid Nefiri got nerfed. Yeah.
There was. I forget what they did this time.
Maybe it was just jungle Nefiri got nerfed. I can't
Is the
remember,
monster
man.
mod? Let's look at the patch notes, people.
They have monster damage multiplier, 155 to 135. Cassiopeia getting picked up is going to prevent a lot of dashes on the White Lotus Azalea team. So that is Nefiri, Kaisa, these champs that have movement.
We
They're
are
not going to be
diving
able to
in.
move. So now we have to see what the last pick is going to be. Could be, again, Trundle in the jungle, like you said, so they're looking for a top laner, maybe. Kale is off the table this time around, and Set is going to be picked up in place of that Angel.
Yep.
Now, last pick, support. How do you impact this game the most? I think you need to have CC. This needs to be a Leona. This needs to be a Rel. If they pick an Enchanter, they shoot themselves in the foot because they selected a Kaisa.
Sona could be good though.
Sona could and it's gonna be nothing.
it's a
So they're gonna be
blank.
playing 4v5.
It's probably Leo, right?
I would say Leona or Rel. It's Rel.
Oh, okay, Rel.
All right. So very strong pick
Interesting.
with the Kaisa. I think that if you pick Kaisa, you need to have Leona, Rel, I think they tried to run Nico because it still provides that CC and range. It's you need CC if you play Kaisa. Yoel fired you. Unlucky.
Oversoul is looking super scary in my opinion. I mean, try diving into a Trundle, Cassiopeia, and a Set. And a
I
Braum.
think the biggest thing I'm worried about is the cohesiveness of this White Lotus team. I'm not seeing a clear direction that they have. They do have some dive. They do have some pick potential, but I don't think that it's as effective in
I think the Trundle and the Set really is pretty counter dive. Set especially. I mean, if you dive onto Set, right, he's just gonna pull you in and then smack you with W, and just like get one shot Kaisa probably. I mean,
Yeah.
who does Kaisa go on? Like, who does Kaisa really go on to? Like, maybe tries to space the Trundle. Like dives onto the Trundle, tries to space him.
Yeah, they just need to get a really strong engage, and that ult is going to be a tool that they use to clean up a kill after. If they get a pick, then it's very, very strong. It has to be a 1v3 kind of pick with the Kaisa, Poppy, and Rel, or Kaisa, Nefiri, and Rel. Kaisa pretty much has to combo with 2 other people to be able to get a pick off. But in a team fight, it's going to be played like, I think they're going to play first target, and then Kaisa has to clean up.
They do
Huge
have
production
Poppy.
W. They threw the Rel into the bottom pick.
Oh no shit. That's really cool. Super Feast is goated, man.
So we're gonna need we're gonna need to get that Gamba up. I mean, me personally, I'm giving it to.
If I was gonna bet
White Lotus, I'm taking White Lotus. I love Kaisa.
I like Kaisa a lot too. I'd probably bet on Oversoul. I think their draft is better. And
agreed.
They won pretty convincingly the last game. But I mean, they did have that Kale, and Set is not as scary in my opinion. So
Definitely not as scary. And I mean, the Trundle and the jungle, I think Trundle is actually one of the stronger junglers right now. But custom amount, let's do 3,000.
Do we vote for White Lotus just that way we go to game 5?
Oh, I'm doing White Lotus. 100%. It's got to be game 5.
Let's go.
This is the
Wait.
equivalent of putting it all on red. You put it all
Wait.
on blue, dude.
I can't stop it. Wait, is there a way to unspend my points? There isn't. Oh, my pick's locked in now. All right, well, I might as well go full. How many points do I have? All right, we'll do 3,500.
God damn.
Bro, I'm running. I gotta go all in now.
I mean, yeah, you have to.
I have 200 more. Somebody
It
went
is-
all in for White Lotus, looks like. Or wait, no. We have 24k for 24k points for Oversoul and only 3.1k for White Lotus.
Woo!
Wow.
Go White Lotus.
Hey, there's 30 people watching the stream and we only have 6 people participating. Guys,
Come on, guys.
spend your Merc points in the prediction. Please make predictions. And then you can use them to play ads for people. Among other things. What other rewards? We can choose an emote to do something. We can you can modify an emote. Send a message in ... whatever that means. We can highlight messages. I don't have
You
points
can.
though.
I think we should have more things to do with these chat points. I mean, you can. Okay,
Yeah.
new one. Here's a good one. You should be able to. You get to pick a word that the caster has to slip in to commentating. You get to. Let's see. They're required to use the word. 14k on OBS. Goddamn.
Moby's bet in the
30k in
house.
total. OBS is getting all the support on the Gamba ticket.
I think they're just pretty convincingly winning. Did they win the last 2 or did White Lotus win game 2? I can't remember. But the last game they looked super strong.
White Lotus took game 1.
Okay, so now they're like they could potentially have that momentum, right?
Yeah.
And the Lucian looked really strong for Hex. And the cast has been strong on Nyx, so
Oh, that'd be
Don't
cool.
be-
Chat gets to deep fry images. Chat gets to update the increase the gamma of the stream. Chat gets to
That'd be
make the
cool.
stream black and white. I don't know.
now you're getting crazy. Changing the stream colors and stuff. I like the goofy ones where like the casters have to do things though. I like that idea a lot. Where make the caster have to slip that word in, every so often or whatever the rule would be. That would be cursed as fuck. Yeah, it would. Oh. Well, still got a couple minutes. They're doing the tournament draft here. They're doing their picks and bans. Anything else going on in the chat? What does the prediction look like? 32.2k, 7 votes for OBS. Meanwhile, 4 votes over for White Lotus. So there are some diehard White Lotus fans out there. I was gonna predict White Lotus, but hit the 10 underneath OBS, and I couldn't change my vote. So now I've converted to Oversoul fan.
I told you you're bandwagoner. It's okay.
White Lotus fighting, baby. Oh, I got 10 points randomly. Oh, just from watching it. Bandwagon say sorry.
I know this dude loves bandwagoning. I do like the J4 and the Rel. It's a good touch.
What is happening? It just looks like color, like there's just colors everywhere. Upside down row.
And then put the fucking Warring Kingdoms Jarvan on it. Jinx Merchant. Sir Bartleby.
That's my goat. That's my teammate in the chat. What's up, Bart?
Mods ban him.
Sir Bartleby. You should have banned the people who were talking shit on us, saying we were crap casters. Take away your free speech.
I hate free speech.
Bro, when you come to the Merc stream, you can't talk bad on the casters. You get the ban hammer.
No, Merc made me pay $5 to him on Venmo before I could have chat privileges in the Discord.
Bartleby, you're gonna you know, your time in the chat might be limited if you keep it up.
He's gonna kill you and he's gonna murder you.
Don't make me
You
throw our
did.
next games. I'm gonna throw. There are other things I can do.
3-minute ad. Damn.
No shit, you're playing a 3-minute ad? Is that for real?
All right. I'm gonna go pretend to smoke.
You me jungle. Yep, I'm not getting any. I have ad block on. Goated.
I support my streamers. I turned off my ad block.
That's actually like that's pretty sweet, yeah.
Creature of an image of a champ image bottom right. That's Rel.
It's upside down rel with
That's
some
just
kind
normal
of Jarvan
rel.
thing happen. No, it's upside down, isn't it?
That's
It is
just what Rel
upside
looks like. They added. That's just normal Rel. New April Fool's skin.
Bro, imagine that actually being a skin. That would be so dope.
Can we have production get a bunch of custom skins? That should be a fucking channel points. Production has to install custom skins.
Actually, how about if somebody spends 10,000 points, Merc has to buy us a skin in game.
Oh man, yeah, save up
That'd
the
be
channel points
sick.
and get Merc to buy you a skin.
Merc has to pay out for every 10,000 point, or make it like 50,000 to be fair. 50,000 points, Merc has to buy the casters and production skins. I think that's fair.
Merc has to pay and feed us for once. Oh, is this the new Doom? I'm watching the ad.
Oh, there's a dragon now. What is the dragon?
Doom the Dark
Production
Ages.
just doing some shady shit right now. Bro, imagine if they actually did like some colorful trippy ass champion skin and then like when you played it, it actually like walked upside down too. That'd be so cool.
I love Draven.
Add a Zach Blob in. That's my personally request.
Universal.
I heard the game.
You gotta wait for the ad.
Game for Oversoul Oasis 2, White Lotus 1. White Lotus is red. Oversoul is blue. Kappa is hot.
Oh yeah.
We got some Kappa fans.
All right.
Sure,
let's
we
get
got Kappa
this.
fans. All right, I'm actually gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. I know it's horrible.
Boom. All right. They're all 5-manning top. I mean, come on. They're doing something different every single time.
A little
The,
cheeky neeky, a
every
little
single
sneaky.
start of these games is a little bit different, and that's good.
Yep. And this is actually Oversoul doing something different because White Lotus is the one who's been cheeky with it most times.
Yep, they have the opportunity with Braum and that Lucian if they get one Winter's Frostbite, Winter's Bite, then they can
Excuse
get
me,
it.
Bartleby. I'm drinking Diet Coke right now because I drank an IPA earlier and then I started to get sleepy.
See
Hessica
an
and Viella.
start.
Viella. Viella.
Valleja. I don't know which one it is. Is it Valleja or Viella?
I think it's Viella. Um, they have like on their profile and Discord and stuff, and on New Horizons, a lot of the stuff is in French. So I think it's like the Aya, like which is like girl. I'm pretty sure in French.
No.
Aya.
You don't know French at all, dude.
Dude, I took French in high school for 3 years, and I don't know like any French.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good times.
All right. What else is there? Oh my gosh, I just kicked my dongle for my headset.
You're a dongle.
I know, I know. Wee. So,
Wee.
lots
You
going
spelled it wrong.
on, not much happening. Just
No,
normal
not yet.
laning. Ooh,
Renegade
good
getting a
trade
little
by
excited here.
Renegade. Not able to get the Q2 off, but dang, that is a good trade with Electrocute.
Honestly, in Champ Select, I thought the Nefiri was jungle, but that wouldn't have made sense at the Poppy and the Rel pick. Okay, yeah,
Could have
now
been
it makes
Poppy
sense.
top and Mord mid, but yeah, no, very.
Yeah, no.
Level 3 on Viella. Gonna eat a slam down hammer straight to the face.
It's Viella.
Viella. Have we
It
confirmed
just
it?
sounds weird. I think it's Viella. Can somebody confirm if it's Viella or Viella? In the chat. Somebody in the chat. Merc takes care of his viewers, but not his casters or production.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it says Merc Esports, but that's not Merc.
Nah,
That's definitely not Merc. Are they Hispanic? I have no idea. Flash coming out from Hestica to dodge that Drew damage from Viella. So that Haymaker not gonna land. And right
I
now, I
think
mean, he's waiting on
Viella's
his
done.
cooldowns. Yuji coming in to clear it up
Viella
though.
is dead.
Yeah.
Deadella.
And Obliterate does not have its name for no reason. That was a complete smackdown with that mace he's got.
Bart, I don't think they're Hispanic. I think they're French or Canadian. I'm pretty sure.
Flash from Nyx Cat coming out. Ignite getting its value, forcing them to take a reset in the mid lane. Is going to have to TP back into lane so that they don't miss anything. And now, hopefully, Renegade is going to be getting a good reset off to come back into lane a little bit stronger than Nyx Cat. I think that the L is pronounced. I think the L is pronounced as well.
The L is
Oop, we
pronounced
see
in what?
Lullaby of Woe. Just farming.
Lullaby?
Lullaby.
That's a
Oh,
cool
Ella
name. I
taking
like
some
it.
Lullaby, yeah. I could vibe with that.
Kanai? Kanai?
Kanai,
Kanai?
Kanai,
Kanai?
Janai.
Jedi?
Kanai, can you take the minion? Can we add a point redemption to add the picture in the corner? That'd be good, yeah.
Yep.
Point redemption
What
to beef up the
it's just
production fun
free.
time.
The Honestly, we should have one of those scrolling ad banners in the bottom left where we could put like all the weird production creations there.
Just a Zac blob. We just need the Zac blob, and we're gonna get a catch out here. Electric again, kind of at the butt end of these kind of altercations that we see half of the time.
I'm convinced that Zelectric is just a professional baiter. He's a
Yeah,
professional baiter,
yeah, master,
or
if you
he or
will.
she or they. Sorry, for all my gender peeps out there.
Ooh, Viola getting caught out again with that
Oh,
obliterate. Haymaker not gonna be
big
able to land in.
shields.
Death Realm gonna be
Death
coming
Realm.
down.
Hestica able to pick up the kill, and then we're seeing Kappa on the end of this trade get taken down. Nefiri is Pack of the Wild or whatever going in and able to secure the kill onto Kappa, and they also got the dragon too. Can there be a Pokeball? A Pokeball thrown at Zach.
That'd be a fun game mode. That'd be a fun game mode if everyone has Zac passive.
That could be fun. I was
They all
thinking you were
turn
gonna
into
say.
little blobs.
I was thinking you were gonna say like a Zac mini game or like a League game where it's like Pokemon. You like
The
catch
Electric going in for a
champions.
very aggressive trade here, trying to get his concussive blows onto them, and he does succeed in doing that, but they're not going to be able to succeed in proccing that passive. In fact, he gets exhausted right away, and Yuji is down there able to counter that engage immediately. That's very, very strong. I mean, Hestica pulling him away, able to walk out of there, take a short trade, and even shorter with that pull that he used.
I think these teams are itching to give us a game 5. Looking pretty good so far for White Lotus, up about 1,000 gold, and First Dragon. We are going to be seeing what the teams prioritize here when we have the grub spawning in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, with these grubs coming up,
Hestica.
I mean, Hestica's getting this huge trade off. Viola's going to get a
Mm.
good haymaker, and it's not going to be able to connect just outside of range. But really, really strong trade in the top half of the map, and these grubs should be all but guaranteed for this White Lotus team.
I think Hestica's Mordekaiser might be one of their best champions.
Yeah,
Looking
he's
really
performing
strong on
very,
it.
very strong. He's been able to hit his breakpoints very, very early when they've gotten this champ. So very, very good.
Kappa was looking to go in there for some grub action, but quickly decided to just walk away, realizing that he was being converged on by the entire squad. Basically.
Yeah, and this time around, compared to the other games, this time around both supports are actually up there for these grub kind of fights. And Hex is actually going to go immediately in onto Lullaby of Woe, who is just going to get culled down by Hexes. That's going to be a solo kill in the bot lane. Concussive Blow is going to land on the Kane, but he's going to be walking out. They're going to be walking out. And it's going to be the end of that. Is going to get brought back towards the enemy tower, but the Death Realm is going to be plenty to take down that the set and crashing this huge wave into that tower. This Mordekaiser is looking exceptionally strong.
Very
Renegade
strong.
gonna be able to dodge that petrifying gaze with their invulnerability that the Fury definitely needed.
Look at the bot lane right now. Looks like we're looking for some kind of a dive counterplay going on.
Seconds away from a dive.
They don't have the wave for it. Is Kappa going to stick around, or this could be really greedy? We have Hestica and we have you on their way.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get a kill for their trouble, but they get pulled in. Death's Grasp is coming in off of that. Hestica is going to be slowing them down this whole time. This Mordekaiser is very, very dangerous, staying kind of truthful to the fact that this guy is, just darkness incarnate, just the warlord, and it's coming straight up topside.
That was such a good call for White Lotus to bring the Mordekaiser down there, because that could have been disastrous had he not been there.
Yeah, now
Honestly.
OBS is looking at a 5-0 Mordekaiser who just teleported top and caught a massive wave.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they might have lost one wave there, but really didn't lose much by making that play and ended up securing 2 kills, and probably saving the Kaisa there and the Rel there. So really good play. I love it when my top laner walks bot. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's pretty clutch.
It's definitely interesting to see it come from a champion like Mordekaiser who doesn't have the most impactful ultimate. And
No.
now we see Yuji getting pillared and concussive blows, able to get a stun off, but it's not going to be too much. It's going to be a pretty short one, and Kane going to get caught out as well. Set going to be teleported. Colin coming out from Hexes to finish up the kill on Kane, and now this is going to be Dragon for OBS. So this is a little bit of a good cross map for them to be a good cross map play compared to what's been happening. They sack a little bit in the top side so that they can secure the second dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Hex is looking really good on Lucian. And Kappa is trying to play for his bot side. The thing is that I would rather have a 5-0 Mordekaiser than a 3-1 Lucian. So, one Death Realm, and I'm pretty sure Lucian's dead doesn't really matter. Honestly, it could be an 0-5 Mordekaiser, and Lucian's probably still dead. So, ADC
Yeah.
life.
Definitely going to be very rough if he's able to get. I mean, I don't know if Lucian's would ever build a Serpent's Fang, but that might help his survivability in that Death Realm and force the Mordekaiser to shield, a little bit earlier than
Interesting
usual.
take. Yeah. I mean, honestly.
And now
I mean,
they
he does
swapped
have
him
his
up to the top
dashes
half.
at least.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
like this play to swap him up into the top half of the map because this Herald's going to be spawning in the next 2 minutes. They're just going to have their bot lane up there, and I think they're going to be matching them. But them having to have second move is going to be a
They
problem.
don't know.
But not scouting out this Mordekaiser is going to be very dangerous. It's electric, going to face check that brush, and is going to try to get out of there. He's going to drop the Glacial Fissure. Hex is stepping up a little bit too close. Is going to get brought into the Death Realm. Needs to pop that concussive glow so that Hestica is going to get stunned up. Is stuck in this corner. It has to wait until he gets out. Going to get stunned immediately on his upon arrival. Yuji able to get there, and then Lullaby of Woe gonna ult in. That is that killer instinct coming into play.
That was so funny to watch because Mordekaiser missed that first Q, and it was just like it looked so sloppy, but it didn't really matter. He pops the shield, eats the culling, and it just doesn't really give a fuck. And comes out 2 more kills. You guys share some of that love, Hestica. I think your teammates need some of those as well. But a 7-0 Mordekaiser is going to be quite the brick wall to walk into at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kappa Crusader is very well farmed. He's moving around the map well, but it's just this Mordekaiser's gotten very far ahead, and I think they're making the right cross map plays because they were able to secure first tower for the side of OBS. But now it's going to come down to who's going to get this next objective beat for these boots.
Have the boots not been decided yet?
I do not believe they have. White Lotus has secured the Feat of Warfare. OBS has secured first tower, and now we need to see who will get this objective.
Rift Herald. Looks like a Rift Herald would be it.
Okay, I don't get the wood cutting videos. I'm not in that type of brain rot. And now Viella is going to go into an altercation with Hestica. While right now in the mid lanes, Electric's going to get caught out. So a trade of fights. Viella going to get the Haymaker. Not going to hit the true damage on them, but Crusader right there behind to follow. Going to pop the Subjugate. Just needs to get that pillar up in order to get that kill. And they're going to get the shutdown put onto Viella. That is a lot of gold going into that man's pockets. And very, very strong culling able to come out, and Lullaby of Woe looks like they're going to be chased down by Nyx Cat. Doesn't get the final Noxious Blast on them to get the move speed, but is likely going to finish up this kill. Hex is going to take that kill on the Kene, and that's a very big shift in gold.
Did the Mordekaiser even have a shutdown? I didn't see any.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's right. Only one team can have shutdowns. So
And because OVS had more gold.
because OVS took first tower, I think that they had
Well, OVS is theoretically was winning before they killed Mordekaiser, so
yeah, and I
Mordekaiser
think that's
didn't have a
because
shotgun.
the gold from the tower and gold from gold from kills is less weighted compared to gold from towers and minions. And so I think based on the like stat conversion of tower and dragon and farm, that OBS was technically winning. So there was
Right.
no shutdown.
That's super interesting.
And then I
But
think
it
there
makes
maybe was
sense.
1 or 2 kills before the Mordekaiser died, and then the gold shift immediately brought his bounty off, maybe.
Yeah.
So a combination of all those factors, I think, is what caused him to not have a shutdown, which is very, very crazy to me.
I think it makes sense. I mean, if your team's not pulling their weight and you're giga fed, I mean, you shouldn't have an unnecessary bounty that, like, why pay 1,000 gold to a team who's already winning in the gold department?
Nah, because like
Nah.
Mord was 7-0, and then the rest of his team was like 0-0, 5-1-0, like 1-0, 1-0, and like it was. They only had 4 deaths.
Oh, Hex is gonna go down in
Yeah,
this
Hex
fight.
is getting caught out, but so is
Kappa
Renegade.
Yep, Kappa able to pick up Renegade. However, Kappa's also gonna go down for the 2v1 for White Lotus, and it looks like they're gonna reap the reward of mid tower here.
Yeah, they get mid tower, they get the Herald, they get the Dragon. I mean, this is very, very good for White Lotus, but it does not mean that they have a very strong lead right now. They have a lead, but it's not the biggest lead.
They need to
You
spread
can't
some
come
of that
back
gold
from.
out to the other members of their team. That's the main issue, is that Mordekaiser got giga fed, yes, but rest of the team is just playing like even, basically, if not slightly behind. So
Thank you for the roses.
roses. Whoa! I just realized that we had that on the bottom left of the screen.
Oh, he's been cooking, and we're also Jarvan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this production's been popping off, and chat's been loving it. Nyx Cat able to get a petrifying gaze onto Renegade, who is just gonna walk himself out of there, or herself. It's a dog. I think all dogs are boys.
Yeah.
I'm very biased.
He's a good boy.
I think all dogs are boys because all dogs go to heaven.
all cats are girls.
Cats, yeah, dogs are boys, cats are girls, except
We're
for
gonna
Lady
get
and the Tramp.
canceled.
Except for Lady and the Tramp.
Oh yeah, lady is quite a lady.
She's kind of hot.
Dude, that
come
is
on, like
so,
come on.
that's
No, that's
fucked
actually
up.
facts. That's actually facts, though.
Bro, that's bro, you can't say that.
I don't know. I think I'm.
Nah, she is though. She is though.
Is she
Low-key.
bad? All cows are female. All cows are female. Yeah.
Isn't that literal though? Because
Yeah, that's like
isn't a male cow is a bull,
a bull.
right?
Yeah.
Cow is the word for females. This is wild.
On Viella, I freaking flash and throw down that bad Larry of a showstopper. I'm killing that man under tower. What is the male word for dog?
I
Good boy.
don't think there is a male word for a dog.
Good boy. Pretty sure Set dies if he tries to suplex under tower there. Nah. He died anyway, see? I die on my own terms.
Set's not having a good time. Let's
This
just say that much.
We've been doing this for 4 hours.
No way.
And it's looking like it might be 5 hours because man, we might be seeing a game 5.
Honestly, we could be. Although the game is very close still.
Yeah, this is not one way or the other. It's not clear who is winning.
No, and we've seen these teams. Like I think game 1 there was like a 7K throw almost. I think White Lotus ended up winning, but they almost threw a 7K gold lead. So
Yep, Kappa getting a pillar and a subjugate off. Petrifying Gaze is going to land on the 2 members of White Lotus, and the culling is going to come in. Not going to be able to connect and finish off Kane, but they are going to be walking out. Viella coming in is going to have a showstopper land onto Nefiri, and now that is going to be a dead Nefiri with Electric dropping in that Glacial Fissure. Timing wise, this is very, very good because they're going to be able to transition this into Dragon setup. They have about 20 seconds before they're able to get onto it, and Nefiri is going to be dead, and Rel's going to be walking on their way into that match. That was a bit of a dog abuse situation, a bit of a
honestly,
Michael Vick set skin came out, and he absolutely slammed that dog against a wall.
well, here's the thing too. We got to keep in mind that, yeah, Heska is massive, but the rest of the team is not. So when it comes to team fighting, honestly, Oversoul is stronger than White Lotus right now.
A really, really smart heads up play that White Lotus has gone for here. They're immediately knocking on that Atacon. They said, "We know you guys are going to try to get this dragon. We know you guys are likely going to look for a pick and maybe a death brush. So we are going to take this Atacon for free and walk away while we can." Viella on the side, walking into that brush, is going to catch on to Kane. No, it's going to prevent that jump from going on. Haymaker going to go down. A little bit of true damage, but
This
the
is a
finishing blow is
sketchy
going to come
fight.
from Nyx Cat, and Hestika's going to be in the center of it. Cole going to be landing onto Hestika as well. Lullaby of Woe going to try to Killer Instinct their way in front of it, but that pillar is going to knock them away from that tower, and they're going to clean that up. 3 for 0, and they get the Atacon and a wave coming in to get this tier 2 tower. Right now, if you're Nyx Cat and Kappa Crusader, you need to leave this area and go into the mid lane, take away the rest of their jungle, because you are splitting a lot of gold amongst 5 people.
Right. And here's the thing that I'm noticing about White Lotus is sometimes they don't know how to just let a man die. I think like you took your turn, you got the Otacon, right? But like they needed to get out of there. I mean, they can't win these team fights right now. And they're giving up a lot of resources around the map, like TPing in there. Like it's a lost fight. You don't really want to waste your TP on a lost fight like that. They need to start in conditions. They need to get a pick before they take these fights. So their like assessment of their strength, I feel, is like not real.
Yeah, so Bartleby brings up a good point. It's called Save My Teammate Syndrome. So this is actually something
Yeah.
that I've actually talked about in a couple of my coaching sessions. You should never talk or like think about your own teammate as if you're trying to control them. You can influence them, yeah, but you can't control them. So like think about this. If my teammate is going to go in and they're going to die, why would I also go in? Am I thinking that my teammate is going to be sad if I don't go in? Like it's not worth it to like worry about the emotions of that player. I mean, this is especially true in solo queue. In competitive, like constructed 5v5, you should absolutely like all go in and die together. But
Right.
and then eventually figure out,
Well, here's the thing too. Like
your limits.
that doesn't mean to necessarily just walk off every single time somebody gets caught. Like there are like if you have CC abilities and you could potentially help get somebody get out, then sure. But if it's a lost fight, you gotta
Oh, yeah.
have
And
self-preservation because
The more and more gold you're giving over, and then you can't, influence the map. And we're just gonna get. I think we're a complete wipe here for White
Yeah,
Lotus.
this was very, very rough match. I mean, that glacial fissure didn't look like it hit anything, but it did a lot in that fight. Renegade was not able to walk around it and get onto the Lucian. Hexy was not able to get into that fight, and neither was Renegade. But even without him, like Nyx Cat is still there dealing as much damage as they can, as well as like everyone else. I mean, Trundle is not to be ignored in this game. They are 3-2 and 11 assists. They are just stacking up with that subjugate stats. And I mean, this is looking very, very good for OVS right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trundle. I think that's one of Trundle's strengths. Really, is he can just burst somebody down so quickly, especially somebody like a Mordekaiser, and then your whole like all the eggs for White Lotus are in the Mordekaiser basket. So if Mordekaiser's dead, I mean, the rest of the team's just bound to follow.
I mean, if my carry's in a position that they get caught, then it's not my fault that they got caught. And if I can't save them, then it's not worth it. So I'm never gonna go in. Personally. Kappa Crusader going to go in, subjugate in. The Pillar going to slow down Kane from trying to get out of there. Yuji going to come in with that Justice Charge or whatever it's called. And Concussive Blow is going to lock up Viella. Petrifying Gaze not going to get anything but a slow as well as a little bit of damage. And now this is looking like OBS is going to be looking for the end of the game here. Hestica going to Death Realm his way to a little bit of a longer life. Kappa Crusader going to have to run away. Is going to miss the Obliterate. And now that... Grasp is going to pull them away, but is still going to have him go down. So Baron is on the menu.
Hestica versus the world here. Did delay enough to get some of those death timers down a little bit. We have most of the team back, but it's looking pretty doomed for White Lotus at this point. But again, we had a similar situation game 1, but this is 10k gold almost.
Yeah, we're feeling pretty rough right now. This Cassiopeia, I mean, 3 games in a row is performing very, very well. And now they get their 3rd dragon, so now at 33 minutes, we'll be seeing Dragon Soul up on the table. It is going to be Cloud Soul again, so Kappa Crusader is going to get a lot of benefit. Subjugate into Run Them Down is just getting a little bit stronger now that he can run them down at Mach speed.
Well, by trying to pick up every little bit they can. Sitting at 2.5 items, really needs to complete that. What are they building 3rd? Terminus?
I
think they're building Terminus, yeah.
Kane gonna get pumped around, but so is Kappa. Is gonna get launched out of there by Yuji. And the kill is gonna be going over to Set. Hexus is in the Death Realm, but that Death Realm is for Mordekaiser. Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Did Hexus just solo Hestica in the Death Realm there?
Yeah, just about.
That's pretty wild. I mean, it looks like White Lotus just kind of crumbling here. Don't really know what else, what kind of miracle play can they really do here? Need to get something. There are a lot of shutdowns that could be had here.
Yeah, this is a lot of gold if they're able to get their hands on it, but it's just going to be a matter of how. And I guess an even bigger question of if. Right now, they're knocking on this door. I mean, they have super minions, they have cannons, and now they're going for a really big engage. Magnet Storm from the Rel going to be coming out as well. but this is just going to be walking into a brick wall. They have just
Yep.
slammed their head into it a few too many times before, and they did not deal enough damage. And now that is going to be game 3 or game 4 going over to Oversoul Oasis, and that's going to be the whole series.
That's gonna be the series. Wow. Just like that, I mean, oh man, kind of a blowout for the last game there. I really was not expecting that. Poor White Lotus. I mean, it just couldn't come together for them there. Man, I feel like the Kaisa was just like shooting mosquito bites. Um, yeah, that's rough. Nefiri really, I mean, they just really didn't have any damage besides the Kaiser, and then that's rough. It looked good. It looked good early, but it just couldn't convert into anything.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, I think it's time to call it there. I'm getting pretty tired. It's been a long
Same.
stream.
I have got some classes tomorrow, and that is I'm going to bed.
Yep. Thank you for both the teams and everybody sticking around and watching the show. It's been a really fun time, but it's late. I don't think we're gonna do any interviews or anything like that. But I hope everyone has a great evening. Shout out to Super Feast for being a sweet, on production. Really good job there, and Jira. It's a pleasure casting with you. So
Yeah, absolutely. Same, man. Same.
all right, everybody. Well, have a great evening, and I believe we'll be seeing you soon for finals, the final game of the Merc Academy. So
Yep. All right. Good night.
good night. Goodbye, everyone.